This film, made in 1903, recalls the first flight of this primitive biplane making aviation history.
Hello, good day to everybody wherever you are out there, and welcome back to the second day of the Global Advanced Air Mobility Forums 2024. Yesterday, it was filled with enlightening presentation and robust discussion. Today promises to be equally engaging and informative. My name is Abidemi Ashiru, your MC for today. On behalf of the Advanced Air Mobility Institute, once again, it's my pleasure to welcome you to the Global Advanced Air Mobility Forum Summer 2024 edition. We are gathered here today to explore discussion around the incredible advancements and future potential of advanced air mobility. This forum promises to be a very, very good one. It features 60 distinguished speakers from over 50 countries, making it a truly global event. Our audience today include experts from various sections, government officials, authority, industry stakeholders, which are all united by a common interest in the future of advanced air mobility. This forum will cover key themes essential to progress of AAM. These include government engagement, infrastructure development, and most importantly, public acceptance. We will hear from global experts who will emphasize the need for collaboration to address regulatory and technological challenges, including how to explore AAM to revolutionize transportation and enhance connectivity. Our appreciation goes to our sponsors, who includes Honeywell, Daedalus AI, and eVTOL Insight, for making this event possible. Today's forum features two keynote speakers, two guest speakers, our regulatory affairs officers, as well as our Board of Liaisons, who are going to present development from their respective countries. A note for housekeeping: each presentation is strictly 5 minutes, and that's going to be limited to 5 minutes. So we kindly ask all speakers to adhere to this time limit to ensure we stay on schedule. There will be breaks of 10 minutes after each hour. This is to encourage you to take time to network and engage with other participants out there. So if you have any question or need assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out using the chat forum or the Q&A function on the webinar. Without further ado, let's start with our opening keynote speaker. On the list, we've got Olga Fleming from United Arab Emirates. Olga, take it on, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. At least it's morning in here, wherever you are. Good day, and thank you for having me here. Since in World Sustainable Development Fund, we take care mainly on regulatory issues, and we care a lot about sustainability. I'm going to address those key and important elements. Allow me just to share the presentation, and then we are going to start. I hope you all can see the full screen mode. Should be fine now. So we're talking about regulatory roadmap for sustainable AAM, but let me address several things that were properly addressed in UAE, and I'd like to showcase also achievements of UAE, which in my opinion were quite exceptional in consideration how long it takes for regulatory bodies to address anything that is new. So in 2023, UAE achieved, well, exceptional milestone because they have inaugurated the first national regulation in the world for vertiports, which is very important because at the moment there were no other countries that did the same. And even though there were not many advices or any other regulations coming from other international bodies that could help them with that. I'm not going to focus on very details. If you want to deep dive in, I think it's available, but we are time limited, so I'd prefer to address several issues. Then there are several key achievements on future plans in UAE vertebrate developments, which are very important. Then we will see, for example, first vertebrate in first quarter of 2026, which is coming like in a year and a half almost, well, a little bit more, but it's still quite soon. And then we have approval of already granted from the General Civil Aviation Authority in Dubai, not in Dubai, but in United Arab Emirates, to launch this vertiport. And then there is expansion infrastructure, sign agreement between Ras Al Khaimah, which is one of the Emirates, and V-ports to develop and operate 10,000 square meters of vertiport in the region, in this emirate. Then we will see the first electric air taxi services as early as 2025, which is also, in my opinion, quite exceptional. There is already permission granted. They basically build an infrastructure now, so it's going to happen. Inter-emirate, meaning in Abu Dhabi, which is the main emirate. Well, main or not, but let's call it this way. Then for faster, sustainable, and safer progress in AAM globally, we can address different regulatory changes that can be adopted, right? And we need to address them and work with different regulatory bodies in many countries, many jurisdictions, to kind of develop it faster. First of all, obviously, there is standardization of regulations, which is probably like every country is talking about it, but as we've seen so far, there are not many international negotiations on this topic. Obviously, we need to address global cooperation through organizations such as International Civil Aviation Organization, and of course, unified standards for creating universal technical and safety standards for AAM vehicles. The next is infrastructure development regulations, where we need to address vertiport regulations, which is establishing clear guidelines and standards for vertiport design, operation, management, including zoning laws, which probably zoning laws, it's not going to be easy, but at least we can do some standardization on the basic requirements. Noise regulations comes with it, an environmental impact on assessment. Then, of course, we need to address public-private partnerships, because in this area, as we see, there is a lot of like social impact should be shown, and there are a lot of like social acceptance should be shown to this kind of projects. And unless there is a public-private partnership that shows us that how important it is, how easy it is to access it, well, could be more challenging to adopt the changes, and well, we need those, right? Of course, environmental regulations, emission standards, sustainable practices, all those things should be addressed. Safety and security measures, insurance and privacy aspects. Well, of course, not many of us think about it like on a daily basis, but it's also very important, such as safety protocols, implementing safety regulations for AAM operations, which is very typical for, let's say, air mobility. But in general, mandatory safety management systems, pilot training, obviously, if there is non-human vehicle, then operator trainings and emergency response plans. Liability and insurance, of course, clarifying liability issues. First of all, if anything happens, this is, I think, one of the key issues happening now, and privacy laws, obviously. And last but not least, the thing we focus a lot on recently is cybersecurity frameworks, where unfortunately not many companies address this or address it too late. So we believe that comprehensive cybersecurity protocols should be developed, establishing detailed cybersecurity frameworks specific to AAM operations should include mandatory encryption standards, regular audits of the security audits of the codes and everything, vulnerability assessment, and the implementation of intrusion detection system to proactively monitor and respond to threats. Obviously, in cybersecurity, best practices. well, UAE helps other countries and regions to address the issues. So I believe that this is where we can actually seek for their help to build some international communities or committees which will address this issue in other regions as well. And well, thank you for attention.
Thank you very much, Olga. That was very, very insightful, especially around the regulatory requirements. I appreciate that. Next on the list, I'll pass the baton to Satya Witzel, who is joining us from New Zealand today. Satya, please take it away. Thank you.
Hello, and nice job there, Olga. Yeah, it'll be a hard one to beat. It's exciting what the Middle East is doing for the industry right now. I'm just going to share a screen here. So, yeah, so I'm Sasha Witzel and I'm based in New Zealand. I've been in aviation 31 years. I primarily came out of the helicopter sector, but we've obviously delved into many areas of the aviation community. New Zealand's a very strong country in aviation. So we've developed a company down here that looks into these sorts of things and the growth and the future of flight. And I've had the privilege to speak about it around the place. New Zealand is a very small country, 5.3 million. We're just bordering on around 400 billion in GDP there. Basically, in recent times, I'm going to just run through some of the highlights because there's so much to talk about as there is in many countries. And I think that it'll just be lost if we go through it. But what we are sort of seeing recently is, 145 million has gone out to Ocean Flyer, which is a hybrid. And, this is joining the many other hybrids that we're seeing within many countries. And that will be going out and getting developed and built in New Zealand. And that's amazing for those guys. Incredible. And more importantly, the funding has come out of the UK, I understand. Vickers Aircraft is fast into the process and looks like they'll be delivering. Dawn Aerospace, not in the AAM space, but does highlight some of what is going on here in New Zealand with a space plane, which is very unique. The general impact of this is that we're getting this build-up of culture here where there is new blood coming in and there's old people that are coming back into it out of the more incumbent industries and really developing through into these new adventures, really is what they are. And, some will make it and some won't, but we're definitely becoming a country that is well known for this. And we seem to be doing quite well at executing. Legislation-wise, we were already quite front of the run when it came to some of the stuff that was done in the trial programs. Many people know about the WISC program that was here through COVID, and they were using New Zealand because it was relatively easy. They've continued down that line. Obviously, got a lot of support from Air New Zealand, who are very close to the AAM space, and we are basically seeing a program and the intention statement from civil aviation by 2025 that they will have frameworks starting to be in process for our manufacturers and various other people. The New Zealand public remains, positive around the subject because we really come from aviation as a vehicle next to our car, next to our tractor, next to our boat. And there's a lot of easy path here compared to, say, some of the developed nations that are out there. And, there's a lot of struggles if we go into places through USA, if we're talking East Coast or West Coast, both of those areas are tough to even land a vehicle now, let alone, going through this process of implementation. The positive side to this is, we're sitting in a country that has 5,000 people per helicopter over the whole country, with our nearest competitor being USA at one helicopter per 40,000 people, and Europe and Latin America around 100 to 120,000. So it's really substantial. And in the South where I'm based, we're actually less than 1,000 people per helicopter. So helicopters here are already used for everyday use. They are used in farming. They herd sheep. The people, everyday middle-class people will get in them and use them for biking. They will use them for go out and put an art structure in their backyard or do some landscaping or just go out for a flight. It's very normal. And this is every day. They are considered part of the transport. New Zealand obviously has a long history. A lot of people don't know Sir Richard Pearce, Richard Pearce was 1902, recorded his first flight before the Wright brothers. He didn't manage to bag the actual name of first flight, but apparently he did. So even if he didn't, he was very close. Most notable, we've got Rocket Lab, obviously showing how fast a country can not only develop a rocket and go into space, but also from a regulatory perspective, we were a non-space country, which takes years, if not decades. And we did it in, literally months from the point that they applied for that. So the execution was outstanding. Really, when we conclude all of this, New Zealand sits as a place that's a little short on money, but there's a lot of great invention here. So I think the main key point that I put across to the world is that it's a team effort. Sometimes it's hard to see what each zone is going to offer. But in the end, I think that aviation has proven over time that even running an incumbent aviation company is really done well where we have multiple nations involved. And it's not as simple as saying we're going to have all of our people out of New Zealand, or we're going to have all of our people out of USA, or all of our people out of UAE. We're really going to share the intelligence, share the money, and share, more importantly, the enthusiasm, because there's a lot of hardship in this. There's a lot of failure, actually a lot more failure than there is success, to get to the point where we find out those pinnacles that are going to end up being the bedrock of us taking that step out and getting into the real execution of this, where we're putting passengers in and actually flying. And I want to remind people that the incumbent aviation is actually air mobility. Although we are trying to get to a more affordable, a more realistic system, it really exists already. And you can come to New Zealand and see a lot of that happening here on everyday people, middle class. Even some of the lower class are going to get in them and use them in their weddings, in their transport, and in their everyday lives. And that is really what AAM is. It's when we stop just seeing VIPs in aircraft and we start seeing everyday people. It's a big call to get to the point where we're going to commoditize something like this, where it becomes all the way across the public. I think that's going to be hard to achieve. But that doesn't mean we can't look at what is happening and reward ourselves every time we drop the per kg per mile ratio and open up the market to another sector of economy. So thank you to everybody here who's joining and watching. And obviously thank you to all the team that organized this. And that'll be great watching on through as you do more tonight.
Thank you, Sacha. That was great. Thank you for the insight into milestone culture as well as the public sentiment out there. Next on the list is welcoming Clem Newton-Brown from Melbourne, Australia. Clem, take it on, please.
Right. Are you seeing my screen now? Hello?
Yes, Clem. Take it away.
You can hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Great. Well, thanks for that presentation. I'm fascinated about Richard Pearce. I'm going to have to do some Google research there. We had Harry Houdini come to Melbourne in about 1912, I think it was, and did the first flight as part of his shows he was doing in Melbourne back then. But anyway, on to Australia. We are a population of 26 million, and we've got a pretty proud history in aviation as well. In terms of what's happening at the moment, there's We've got Airspeeder, which is a drone racing outfit that's been developing large crewed drones for a Grand Prix style event. We've got a global drone show, which is proposed for an airport, Wellcamp Airport up in Queensland. We've got Latrobe Airport in Victoria, which is setting up an AAM hub. We've got innovative companies such as Dovetail, which is electrifying legacy aircraft, which is Dovetail's been getting a lot of publicity lately, and Revolution Aerospace has been awarded a grant to be doing deliveries to some of our islands off the north of Australia. And my company, Skyports, we've just patented a vertipad, which is we think going to solve a lot of the issues around providing low-cost landing sites, which address all sorts of issues around turbulence and fire suppression and noise and other things. So I'm very happy to share that with people under an NDA. So please get in touch if that's of interest to you. In terms of where we're at from a policy perspective, I think we're doing pretty well in Australia. I know we're a long way away from the rest of the world, but our air regulator, CASA, is very forward-leaning, and we tend to follow very closely behind what's happening with the FAA and EASA. I don't think you'll see CASA leading the way because there's no point our isolated market being, forging our own path. But where our air regulator is very connected with all the other air regulators, and I've been serving on various committees with CASA and our federal government, and we've recently released a vertiport guidelines, which is very exciting. And there's also an AAM strategic regulatory roadmap that the federal government's released. They've also put about $30 million into grants to assist companies develop AAM related industries. And then at our state government levels, we've got Victoria and New South Wales and Queensland that have all released advanced air mobility action plans in some form or other. So I think we're in a very, very good position in terms of policy support, which is a great hurdle to get over because as an ex-politician, trying to turn that ship around, if it wasn't there, would be a long process. So we're starting from a very strong base of policy support. That said, there are some negative sentiments which I picked up. We had the wing delivery service start up in Australia because our air regulator was gave it more love, I think, than it got in its home country, and they were able to start up. I think it was back in 2019. They started in Canberra, and that's now been extended to Brisbane and now Melbourne. But there have been issues around that. It's been dealt with very well by the people from Wing, and I think a lot's been learnt about community acceptance and introducing a new service in aviation such as this. And there's lessons that can be learnt there in terms of for example, not flying over the same route every time. If you've got somebody who orders a coffee 3 times a day, that the neighbours aren't getting that same flight over their house every few hours. We do have some negativity around our helipad in Melbourne. Our local mayor has decreed that they want it gone, which is madness in my view, because we're the only city helipad in central city helipad in Australia. And I hope that with the elections coming up in the next month or two, that I'll certainly be lobbying for the new candidates to embrace AAM and use this helipad that we've got. And in Queensland, WISC has been quite vocal in their interest in getting established in Queensland, and that's has come with some criticism as well as support from some quarters. So I think it's a mixed bag. I think as we're seeing all around the world. In terms of positive displays, look, we've got one local OEM, AMSL Aero, developing a hydrogen-powered aircraft, and they've been doing really well with getting a lot of support. And I don't think I've actually seen any negative publicity around AMSL, and certainly they've been getting a lot of positive publicity. And they haven't been flying untethered yet. So maybe they've got that issue to deal with once they start flying in the community. But generally, I think there's a lot of positivity around there, and certainly the drone delivery service that launched in Melbourne with Wing only a week or two ago. That was all very positive, and I certainly haven't heard any negativity around that yet. So that's good news. I think the real elephant in the room with drone deliveries and air taxis and other forms of advanced air mobility is we don't really know whether the community wants this, and I think in Australia we're pretty good technology adopters and first movers. We often are test beds globally for people with new products. But we also value our wide open spaces and peaceful lives, a bit like New Zealand. And it's promising to see. I didn't realise the intensity of helicopter use in New Zealand, and New Zealand is known for its natural environments, and so that's positive to see that they also embrace aviation. So, but I think that's one of our challenges, and I think we have to be. I think globally we need to look at the what's the PR piece that we need to be promoting here, because it is a good news story in terms of replacing noisy, loud helicopters with quiet, clean, green electric aircraft. So that's a big positive. I think that's what we should be focusing on. The unknown, though, is if you replace a few movements with a helicopter with hundreds or thousands of movements with an electric air taxi, whether the benefits are cancelled out or not. And I think to a large extent we're going to have to wait until we see the actual aircraft and hear that people can see and hear them in the air and make that call. But I think this is an area where we need to do more work. In Australia, we have a program called a Cooperative Research Centre, which is a bid that's been put together by a group of universities to the federal government, and they're seeking funding in the many hundreds of millions of dollars, it'll be a long program where industry and government and academia will come together to support development, testing, trials, etc. So if anybody's sort of thinking about perhaps bringing their product to Australia, or their aircraft, or their supporting service, please get in touch, and I can put you in touch with the CRC, because it's a great way to turbocharge scarce funds to get some support from the universities and from government, and this is something where it's not just open to Australians. We're actually actively looking for internationals to join us in this program. So in conclusion, I think Australia is punching above its weight. Strong policy support from the higher levels of government. I think the lower levels of government are more cautious. They're more sensitive to backlash, I think, and I think that's where we need to work at the local government level to get them excited about introducing these services into their communities. It's great to see funding and action from the federal government and CASA, our air regulator, but more action is needed. And I think in Australia we are hampered by having only one air taxi developer that's advanced to a point of having test flights. But this does create opportunities for partnerships with other OEMs that are interested in coming to Australia. So thanks for having me.
Thank you very much, Clem. That was a great insight into what's currently going on in Australia. Thank you. Up next, we've got Min Shin from South Korea. Min, do you want to take it on, please?
Hi everyone, this is Min from South Korea. I'm gonna upload the file. Okay, I'm just gonna briefly talk about our country's present status with the UAM. As you know, the capital of Korea is Seoul. we have about $52 million population, and the economy size is about 13th with 1.7 trillion nominal market size. The highlight of the major developments in South Korea is that the Vonair, our service just launched in June. This is the first air mobility service in South Korea. We've gotten quite a tractions, so I think that's a good sign because a lot of our customers will eventually, transit to UAM service in the future. As far as the grand challenge goes, there has been some demo flights of eVTOLs this year, and there will be another formal testing early next year within the three different parts within Seoul. The actual eVTOLs they're going to be using for the flight testing has not been decided yet. I think the good candidates will be Joby or Autoflight from Germany. And as far as the UAM Team Korea goes, we are covering every aspect of the regulations regarding UAM, including the infrastructure vertiports. I think a lot of things there has been some progress. We're hoping that all these regulations will be in place in timely manner. And the government, MOLIT, which is the Ministry of Transportation, which governs the future UAM, is still very aggressive in keeping the schedule of launch of UAM in 2027. I think they're working very hard to stay on schedule. And on the public sectors, Hyundai and Hanwha are the two major companies that are developing the eVTOL vehicles. I think Hyundai is been pretty slow on making the progress. But we just, there was another news just came up yesterday. The Hyundai is setting up a partnership in Indonesia to set up an operation there with the local partnerships. So there's bit of progress on that end. As far as the Hanwha goes, I think there has been some setback with their over-air partnership. We're trying to still figure out how long it's going to take for them to finish the developments and really initiate the commercializations of the eVTOLs. But that's still up in the air. So in 2023, the UAM Act was enacted to promote and support urban air mobility. It defines urban air transportation and vertiports, including special regulatory exemptions, as well as administrative and financial support. The UAM Act provides a legal basis for bold and regulatory exemptions, enabling the development and the testing of the new technologies. The government established the UAM Team Korea to discuss UAM infrastructure development with the private sectors. And we're part of that UAM Team Korea to discuss the vertiports. With the hope that the sort of data we can collect from our operation will be good enough to identify the potential sites for the vertiports, so we can identify them and set up the helipads, which can easily be converted to vertiports in the future. So we're working hard on that end, and we are also trying to promote the developers of lands to build more helipads or vertiports in the future. And we're convincing MOLIT that on a government level, they need to provide some sort of incentives for building the vertiports and the helipads, such as increasing the buildable square footage if they decided to build vertiports or the helipads on top of the building. Such promotion could also really stimulate these developers to build these infrastructures on their cost. As far as the public sentiment goes, there has been some negative displays. Result of 2023 survey on UAM perception conducted on about 14,000 urban area people. 68.5% of the respondents said that they are not aware of UAM. Out of all the subjective responses, expensive was the most frequent answer. When we launched our service with the helicopter, we are charging one-way ticket from Gangnam District, which is the center of Seoul, to Incheon Airport at around 250 or 300 US dollars. A lot of people think that that's still very expensive, and they feel that it will be reasonable pricing range if we can go down to around $250 or $20. So when the UAM starts and if we can hit that price range, I think there will be more positive response from the publics. But again, in Korea, because there hasn't been any general aviation services before, a lot of people are not aware of air mobility service, and they're not really keen on using it yet. So we're hoping that providing these helicopter services will raise more public awareness, and people will get more interested in flying, whether it's in helicopter or eVTOLs in the future. Additionally, there were some concerns about safety, risk, and accidents. Again, I think this is really coming from the perception that because they have never flown on the sort of urban air mobility vehicle, they just raise some concerns around the safety. But as they get used to using the service, this consensus could change. The impact of these results on public perception and industry operations hasn't been too positive, but it can slowly change over time. And increasing the public awareness of urban air mobility services would definitely be helpful in the future. In the same survey regarding the positive view of the UAM is also very on a positive side. Faster and more convenient expectations as a future mobility has been good opinions of these perceptions. The largest number of respondents positively looked forward to UAM as a new form of transportation, because just like any other urban countries, there is quite of a congestion in traffic, and people are tired of transporting from point to point. And if we can provide a solution to move from one location to another in a faster time in a timely manner, I think that could be a very good value proposition for potential UAM customers. Additionally, responses highlighting faster convenience and the future were the most pre-relevant in the order. So I think in overall, it is very important for us to really increase the public awareness about the air mobility, and educate more people about the potential UAM market and how safe and convenient these transportation can be. There should be a lot of public educations around that. So in conclusion, the public perception, the general awareness and the acceptance of urban air mobility in Korea are still at relatively low levels due to the underdeveloped general aviation industry. There's unfamiliarity with the new air transportations and lack of trust in the safety. Both technological development and increasing public acceptance are essential for the successful implementation of UAM market in South Korea. Enhanced public interest and the trust through media and service experiences and collaborative efforts by the government and the private sectors in organizing UAM projects and pilot operations are gaining public interest. I think that's pretty much it from the Korea side. Thank you for hearing.
Many thanks, Min, for sharing such a vital insight into development in Korea. Next up is Martin Ding from China. Martin, the space is yours.
All right, thank you. Let me try to get my screen shared. And so let's Hi everyone. This is Martin Ding from China, and I'm the founder and CEO of Albatross.ai. So I mean, it's China. We got our official name is the People's Republic of China, and the capital is in Beijing. We had 1.4 billion of population, and the second largest economy is around the world. Really, I guess getting to the highlights of the AAM industry development here in China, I think I want to start from a clear statement saying that in China, it was using different term. It was called the low altitude economy. And actually, this low altitude economy is the third try of low altitude open up effort from China central government. It was starting from way back in year 2009. But obviously, this time, it has a huge difference because later I'll share with all of you on the national strategic position level, but really at the moment that the China, I think, has, if not the most mature, the UAV supply chain around the world. It's definitely one of the most mature supply chain. So if you look at the China AAM industry, I would say, excluding the urban air mobilities, all of the other use case, I would put that into here. I highlight as one. This is where we are. But I think on the UAM, on that particular operational use case, on the Gartner hype cycle, I think we are at 2. This is, I think it's, we have, I think 4 major accomplishments from China on the AAM industry since last year. One, as I have mentioned earlier, that the end of last year, year 2023, the central government of China has positioned the AAM as one of the 3 major strategic emerging industry, and since then, I think it attracted a huge attraction or support from the government at all level, and obviously also the capital market here in China. And number 2 is that I think all of the eVTOL aircraft, only 2 eVTOL aircraft got certified, and they're both in China. And one being a EHang 216, and another one being the carrier from all of flight. And one of them from EHang, the EHang 216 actually not just got TC, but also got product certificate, and with the manufacturing scaling capabilities. And actually, since from earlier this year, EHang got the TC and PC. EHang has made quite a few major sales order for their EHang 216 aircraft. And number 3, the major accomplishment that China released a civil aviation regulation Part 92, and it is actually an end-to-end aviation regulation. Actually, basically provide all of the rules and regulation cover all of the uncrewed aircraft operation safety management. The last, and it just became effective on January 1st, 2024. And the last but not least is that this year that in China, I think there are a lot of operational use cases. They got really diversified, and even some of them has some sort of operational scale, especially that for the EHang 216, it was heavily used in the air tourism, the operational use case. I would not call it negative display, but I can definitely see that especially on uncrewed or remote piloted aircraft system, I think China is taking the most aggressive positions to build a regulatory framework for the uncrewed aircraft system. So that's something that I can see there is a major differentiation from China against all of the other major AAM development areas. So it's with a really focus on the uncrewed aircraft system. Really on the operational use case, I would say, as I have mentioned earlier, that I think in China, on the three major operational use case category, on the passenger carrying, cargo delivery, and the public service. And at the moment in China, we can only see the consensus that all of the public service, that EMS, the emergency medical service, definitely it's the most potential to be scale. And out of the cargo delivery, we can see that in between 25 kilogram and 150 kilogram for the cargo delivery, I think it has a good potential because it was quite a few operations around a major tourism site for that category delivery. Again, back to the statement I have made earlier, that on the passenger carrying right now, that's on UAM, the urban air mobility, that we don't see there is a short term to be able to scale that particular operational use case in China. This is just a little bit on what we are doing, Albatross.ai. We are building a innovative avionics, what we call the autonomous flight assistance system. Basically, we're trying to enable, we're trying to, it's an avionics system, and trying to work with the low altitude economy, especially on the ground station, on the air traffic management system side, and basically provide a end-to-end solution to ensure the flight safety for the low altitude operation, and also hopefully in the mid to long term, it can also significantly improve the fleet operation efficiency. So I guess really getting to the conclusion that I think in China, because of the strategic position from the central government, I think from even at the general public level, we have a very good awareness of the AAM, or here we call it the low altitude economy. And even at the general public level, there's a consensus that where the low altitude economy or AAM is going, the macro trend, the go green, digitalization, autonomy, and integration. But really, the differentiation is really on the pathway towards the ultimate goal. And obviously, again, it was reflected as here in China, the ecosystem has really heavy focus on the uncrewed aircraft system. So I guess the most important message we want to hear to represent China and also deliver to the global AAM community is that we should engage all level of communication for the global harmonization effort, and we're not trying to harmonize on everything, but definitely we need to clearly identify all of the major areas that we share the mutual grounds. So that's pretty much from China's side here. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin. Very insightful, the state of your low altitude, the economy in China. Thank you for that. Next up is Keizuke Yasukochi from Japan. If you want to take it on, Keizuke, thank you.
Sure. Sorry, I'm on the road at the moment, so I cannot do the presentation, but I was talk about going through what's happening in Japan. So obviously, we have the expo happening in Japan from next April till October. So that's where we are actually presenting the whole AM to the global market as well. So including SkyDrive, we have Joby, Vertical Aerospace, Volocopter, and SkyDrive will be demonstrating at the Osaka Expo next year. So that's where the sort of like biggest milestone for the whole Japanese AAM market at the moment. Obviously, Japanese Civil Aviation Authority and JCAP is working closely with FAA, EASA, and ICAO as well to build the sort of like concrete regulations for the for AM and vertiport as well. So there's a number of working groups happening at the moment for eVTOL and also for the safety of the vertiport as well. Obviously, SkyDrive is the only one who's building the eVTOL in Japan for the commercial purposes at the moment. So we are also on track for our demonstrations for the Osaka Expo as well. Obviously, the regulation hasn't been concrete at the moment, so we are the Japanese Civil Aviation Authority is also waiting for the regulation in the FAA side, and also the working with EASA closely with as well. Generally, the Civil Aviation Authority of Japan has been closely working with the FAA, but for the eVTOL part, they're taking the good part from both FAA and EASA for the regulations. For the type certification processes, they are definitely taking the FAA path at the moment, but depending on how the both TC is happening, they may take the good part of the eVTOL part in the EASA side as well. For the use cases, obviously, SkyDrive's main focus is for the urban city areas, but there's also the use cases a lot like between the island hopping and also the remote locations as well for the cargo drones and also the passenger vehicles as well. Obviously, example, China, like obviously they are flying for the autonomous flight, but for the Civil Aviation Authority in Japan, they will not allow the full autonomous flight from the start. So obviously, everyone has to have the pilot and also training the pilot as well for the passenger carrying eVTOLs as well. For the charging stations, obviously, there's a few Japanese companies building the charging station for the CCS, sort of like the regulations at the moment. So they are building the vertiport at the expo site and putting the charge station up there. So there will be the 4 vertiport around the Osaka for the expo. So 1 in the main expo area and 3 others on the route for the both SkyDrive, Volocopter, and Vertical Aerospace. We don't know where the job is flying at the moment as well, but there will be the sort of decided quite soon as well. So there's like a lot of like discussions still going on, especially for the regulation side, also the public perceptions, which is one of the most important things for the whole AM operation. Example of the Paris, the city of Paris voted against the whole AM operations in Paris at the moment. But like we actually learned from that, and we definitely need to engage with the city of Osaka and also the prefecture of Osaka as well to to be able to fly within the during the whole expo as well. That would be quite challenging at the moment because of the noise and other safety concerns the general public has. So that will be the sort of biggest sort of take, like we need to take it seriously. I just had the meeting about the sort of like lightning strikes on the vertiport as well, whether they will put any sort of countermeasures for the lightning strikes on vertiport, where it could be the vertiport eVTOL is actually parking, and if it hits, it will break and probably catch the fire as well. So everyone needs to take like those things seriously for the good part of it as well. Japanese government is putting the recently announced that they are subsidizing the first 4 vertiport built in Japan as well. So also obviously there's a lot of government support and government initiatives to build whole AAM ecosystem, and also the industry as well to make it sort of a national industry for the future as well. Obviously, Japan has like a lot of like good public infrastructure at the moment, like especially train and whatnot. But obviously, the use of the whole AAM would be coming quite soon. So obviously, they want to take like everything quite seriously for how we can utilize the whole AAM operation. So that's pretty much the sort of like biggest highlight of the what's happening in Japan. And obviously the expo will be demonstrating the what's happening in the whole AM industry, and it will be benefit for the whole AM economy as well for the future. So if you are actually happening to come to Japan in between April and October next year, please join the Osaka Expo and see the demonstration of the 4 eVTOL companies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Keisuke, for such a lovely presentation, despite the fact that you don't have your slide. Thank you. At this point, we'll proceed to play one of the pre-recorded messages to presentation. So please bear with me as I launch this. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Cassandra Leyva, and I will be speaking to you about advanced air mobility and its current state of discussion in Chile. Chile is located in South America and has a vast geography ranging from deserts and glaciers to dense forests in the southern part of the country. It is characterized by being a long and narrow country with a length of 4,200 kilometers on the mainland and an average width of 180 kilometers. It is a democratic republic with a presidential government elected by popular vote. According to the latest population and housing census in 2017, the population was recorded at 17.6 million inhabitants. Chile has an open and stable economic model, which has allowed for a constant strengthening of trade and investment. The Aeronautical Authority of Chile is composed of 3 institutions under 3 different ministries. We have the Civil Aeronautics Board, responsible for aerocommercial policy, and under the Ministry of Transport and Telecommunications. The General Directorate of Civil Aeronautics, which regulates, provides services, oversees, and investigates air accidents under the Ministry of Defense, and the Directorate of Airports, which is responsible for the development of airport infrastructure under the Ministry of Public Works. How has the topic of advanced air mobility developed in Chile? In 2021, the Chilean Helicopter Association, HHEL, made several presentations to the Minister of Transport and Telecommunications at the time, laying the groundwork for today's efforts. Subsequently, in 2022, the Civil Aeronautics Board held a session and generated the minutes approving the creation of a public-private working group led by the General Directorate of Civil Aeronautics. During 2023, presentations were made to resume and convince the authority. Today, the working group has been formed by various public and private stakeholders to define the work guidelines. This public-private working group, which includes various ministerial areas and private organizations of helicopters, companies, and remote piloted aircraft system pilots, along with trade associations, is working to define the terms of reference that will allow for the tendering of a study to generate a proposal guide on advanced air mobility. Below is an overview of the remote piloted aircraft system market in Chile. Between 2015 and 2023, approximately 14,700 operator credentials for remote piloted aircraft have been issued. Additionally, the number of registered remote piloted aircraft amounts to 3,600 between 2015 and 2023 to operate under DAN 91 regulations, which govern the rules of the air, and DAN 151 regulations, which govern the operations of remote piloted aircraft over populated areas. Additionally, the number of companies in Chile that have obtained an air operator certificate with remote piloted aircraft is 361, along with 13 organizations with a special operations certificate to perform nonprofit aerial work. According to 2020 data, there are records of 358 helicopters classified into private, commercial, and state categories, excluding the military sector. This number is supplemented by aircraft that support wildfire combat during the summer season. Finally, we are experiencing a moment of opportunity where we must develop a work plan that enables progress in advanced air mobility in a sustainable manner. Moreover, the participation of various stakeholders will foster an inclusive dialogue with contributions and diverse perspectives that will help shape this roadmap.
Thank you. That was a pretty good presentation on the state of advanced air mobility in Chile. Next up now is Mihir Baxi from India. Mihir, if you're there, please take it away. Mihir?
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Hi. Hello, everyone. Good morning, good evening to everyone for wherever you're listening from. Thank you for this opportunity, Ashiru and Amin. I am from India. I am a Chief Product Officer for Alcifo, and I've been working with them for developing a platform where we can use digital operations for advanced air mobility. Okay. I'm from India. As you can see, the capital is New Delhi. The population is 1.4 billion and counting. It's maybe 1.45. The economy or GDP is 3.937 trillion. One of the fastest growing economy, and one of the most challenging country to kind of implement advanced air mobility. I will take you through the news and the development that has happened in India in two phases. One from what is happening inside India and what the companies outside India are trying to do in India. So one of the first one is Sarla Aviation, which has raised kind of a pre-seed investment, and it's one of the most promising startup that has started to develop the vehicle in India and is working from Bangalore. Marut Drones, which is a company from India, again has tied up with SkyDrive, trying to identify potential customers and networks, and SkyDrive from Japan is going to collaborate with them to implement or start manufacturing and providing eVTOLs. Vertifly Aerospace is another startup which has participated in various startups, and they've got awarded for a best startup in India for eVTOL. ePlane is one of the first startup in India which started, I think 4 or 5 years back, and they're planning to develop a prototype by March 2025, and they will be starting to operate with a 4-seater aircraft, if I'm not wrong. There are a lot of international interest, and in Archer and Indigo has kind of signed an MOU to start air taxi operations by 2026. This is one of the biggest news that happened, in last 6 months or 8 months, and this has generated a lot of interest in people because Indigo, being the largest airline in India, announcing something like that has made brought public attention to it as well. India's JetSetGo, one of the most biggest non-scheduled operator, has committed to buy electric and hybrid aircraft. They have placed an order for 200 eVTOLs with, I think, one of the companies. Eve Air Mobility is also planning to start operations, and they also are planning to start by 2026. They have tied up with Hunch Mobility, and they're trying to see how they can start the operations. So in order to kind of facilitate all this companies, the Indian government has started to kind of mobilize the machinery they have started to look at how they can support the development of AM. So DGCA from India has already started to kind of cooperate with EASA and try and figure out how the certification and standardization can work. DGCA has approved the phase 1 for E-plane companies propeller certification. So they've kind of taken baby steps to kind of approve the aircraft. DGCA is actively working with various industry players, industry groups, and they have made working groups to kind of figure out how we can implement the air taxis from starting with Delhi, Mumbai, and Bangalore. Bureau of Indian Standards has also started to kind of figure out what kind of standards needs to be promulgated for the equipment and for the vehicles. I think World Economic Forum has also a program called Aviate, and they are supporting various companies, governments, and trying to do some overall plan to kind of help us implement advanced air mobility. With that, I would say that this is the development. We at Alcifo are working on figuring out how we can help in assessing the demand, figuring out what are the sites, what could be the requirement for a vertiport and stuff like that. We have a advanced product which is based on the digital twins and a lot of AI and technology, which can help you to identify potential sites and identify how you can implement vertiports and advanced air mobility in your country or in cities. That's all from my side. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mihir. Appreciate the deep insight into the development of AAM in India. Right. At this point, I know we've heard from a few speakers. They've gone through deep insight around regulatory requirements, infrastructure requirements, as well as various milestones within their respective countries. At this point, we're going to take a break for 10 minutes. That's a good opportunity for each and everyone to network behind the scene, get to know yourselves more, ask questions, and we shall reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. That was just a quick break, so we forge ahead. Next on the list is Captain Fahad Masood, who is our keynote speaker for today. Captain Fahad, please go for it.
Thank you, brother. It's very kind of you to have introduced me. I hope you can hear and see me as well and see my share screen as well. If somebody can confirm with a thumbs up.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. That makes sense. So it's always nice to have a word with a competent group of individuals. And I believe AAMI has done an excellent job in putting together this group of professionals together. So all said and done, let me directly go into into my talk. Let me have a see. So my presentation is running with you guys without a problem. Brother, if you can confirm. So
yes.
Okay, so my research relates to advanced air mobility specific to pilot training. There is a major confusion, especially in the layman's term, that all eVTOLs will be fully autonomous. I'm sorry to break the news to everyone that it is going to be a sequence of certifications. First, it's going to be piloted cargo, non-piloted or autonomous cargo. Then we go into the piloted passenger and then the autonomous or the non-piloted passenger. So the human factor component or the pilot will always stay in the loop with relation to AAM operations or eVTOL operations, as we say them. A brief introduction to what I've been looking at, I've been researching. So the challenge is once again the framework of training for CTOL, conventional takeoff and landing vehicles, which is fixed wing aircrafts, airlines, and the airplanes that we see. And the AAM domain on the other side has a difference in how to manage this training. So there is a complexity or a few complexities, especially in regard to the urban air mobility domain, where we have infrastructure like high-rise buildings, towers in the city. My thesis document relates specifically how do we evolve the pilot training to reach that level or a differently enabled pilot. That is an important aspect. So the frontier is completely switched. We have moved from open spaces, open blue skies, to urban scenarios where we have a lot of infrastructure. The propulsion generation is a bit different. The throttle response or the energy response is different as well. And we all have that weather challenge. The wind patterns that will take effect in the urban domain is another important element. Urban air traffic management is a very, very different ball game than what we have in the conventional air traffic management. So precision, competence, skill sets have to be different, more enabled, in my humble opinion, as per my research, than CTOL pilots as we know them. So what do we need, or why do we need this? So the training gap is already there. We've already discussed traditional focus is more to do with conventional takeoff and landing. The pilot is in control in two phases. One is on takeoff, the other is on landing. Some Cat-3 Charlie enabled aircraft and surface-based systems enable a fully automated landing as well. The other is, this is something new. Not everyone has exposure. Well, no one has exposure in urban operations except for certain VTOLs, helicopters, or rotary wings. Propulsion knowledge is different. Once again, thrust, power generation by the propellers, multi-props that we have in eVTOLs is another domain we're looking at. Automation will be more empowered in eVTOLs as we know them. Greater amount of AI use is there. Emergency ERP or emergency response plans have to be kicked in and kicked in fast because of, once again, the environment, the city. God forbid there's a MAC, mid-air collision, or an NMAC, near mid-air collision, or a CFIT, controlled flight into terrain. It will have graver consequences. So the training gap has to be there. The core components that we're looking at is, one, the flight dynamics. eVTOLs will fly very differently than what the conventional aeroplanes or the VTOLs will fly. Even the STOLs, short takeoff and landing vehicles, will be very different. Urban air traffic management, we've talked of. Automation is going to be galore. Emergency procedures, once again, need to be brought into play, and vertiport operations, as we know them, will also be of variance. One solution to this is simulation. We already are using this in CTOLs, but another aspect that is more augmented reality based or virtual reality based trainings can be emphasized. The simulators which we have right now are extremely backed up. They have a lot of redundancies in the system. So these simulators can also be utilized, but AR, augmented and virtual reality solutions can be looked into as well. Challenges in the urban environment, emergency procedures, once again, the systems which are on board the aircraft will be of focus, and sims can facilitate that. Weather conditions, crosswinds, upwinds, drafts, wind shear, all phenomena can be looked at, as well as fogs, which are low cloud phenomenon as well. I know I've pushed through a lot of slides, but something which is important for us to understand is that we need to develop this and develop this now, because it is across or around the corner that in advanced air mobility will be coming timeline-wise, Dubai is saying 2025, Abu Dhabi 2026, Saudi the same, London 2028, 2030. Across the globe, this is the same paradigm everywhere. So we need to, we require this specifically to do further research and develop paradigms and frameworks for pilot training, which are now, as we call it, differently enabled pilots. The revolution is there. Urban air mobility or transportation will be of grave importance in the future as solutions to all metropolitan cities, may it be London, Dubai, New York, you take a name, New Delhi, Bombay, Karachi, and all of these cities and countries are having challenges. So we need to look at this. The potential is immense, huge potential. What we need to look at is to find solutions to these challenges. And one of the solutions is, once again, to look at the domains of pilot training, because this is the first step, a very important step to gain public acceptance and general awareness, because the X factor, passenger, is the most crucial. If he or she dictates that this is unsafe or the risks are still too high in urban air mobility vehicles, then we are looking at grayer clouds, not blue skies. I thank you for your time, everyone. Pardon me for taking a bit more than 5 minutes, but all said and done, job well done, AAMI, for introducing this effort and conducting these sessions. Thank you.
Thank you, Captain Farhad. That was very instructive, most especially the safety and risk element within the AAM ecosystem. Next up, we will play you a presentation from Finland. Ari Etelovre is representing Finland, but he cannot make it today. So bear with me as I launch the presentation.
Good morning. Good afternoon. Good evening, everybody. As a big fan of face-to-face meetings, I'm really sorry that I can't be with you here online today, but happy that I can anyway contribute on this way. The reason why I'm giving you today only this recorded presentation is
Sorry, let's take that again.
Because I'm here in this deserted island in Bengchad Lighthouse, actually, spending a night and 2 days with my wife and 2 youngest kids out of 7. And the Wi-Fi is not perfect there, and also I promised to dedicate these couple of days to my family. But anyway, by the way, this island and with the hotel and all the facilities might very well benefit all sorts of drone logistics services. So maybe there's an idea for some future project. I chose a couple of topics from the list provided. The first one being these education programs and curriculum development. I will just give you a short introduction concerning a course here in Hawaii University of Applied Sciences, which will take a new format starting from next October. And more cooperation and collaboration is very warmly welcomed, and there might be some synergies with other these kinds of initiatives like the one in UAE. So far, this AAM for Last Mile Delivery course has been strongly built on visiting lectures. So we have had great lectures, Dan with Ron Walsh. We have had Alan Hobbs from NASA, a lot of domestic European professionals visiting on the course. But now when we are moving towards asynchronous, fully virtual course, we need to have more coherence, more logic, more structure there. And this is the drafted content so far. So introduction with 8 themes. I'm not going to read them through. I can, I have sent all the materials, so the PowerPoint without the audio to AAM Institute. And of course, you can get more information from me at any point. But if there is anybody there who would like to contribute in building this course, helping us to build such a course that it could interest wider audiences, because our student base is actually very, very international. Only maybe half of the students in the BBA program are from Finland, and in the MBA program, maybe only 25%. And we have a lot of executives also who don't have the degree yet, but have been working in the aviation for quite a while. And also, if we can help in any way building some other curricula, so we would like to do that as well. A couple of words about industry, academia, innovation hubs in Finland. First one being Seinäjoki Airport Excellence Center, having a competence ecosystem being developed there. A lot of AAM activities and a lot of cooperation between academia and industry, working on issues between Finland and Sweden, for example, and across the bay between these two countries. The second one being Digital Airport Redstone Aero, also called Helsinki East Aerodrome, 1 hour drive east from the second one being Digital Airport Redstone Aero, also called Helsinki. What we are currently doing in Haaga-Helia University of Applied Sciences, one of our projects being Smart Urban E-Fly, so intelligent urban electric aviation ecosystem, including AAM operations and partly funded by EU. The main project objective of this is to promote the development of feasible business models for electric flying. So at least in Finland, many times we are kind of moving tech first and not so much thinking about what is feasible commercially. And we are, even though that at this point, this project is kind of a domestic project, we are still welcoming all parties, but we are at the same time preparing for an international project, kind of a second step for the development of electric aviation business, including AAM. And we are, again, welcoming all interested parties to join as early as possible. Concluding with a really quick look at Finnish current landscape. So the current situation in Europe does have a big impact on drone industry as well. One example being this acquisition of Nordic Drones by Patria, which is an international leading defense and technology company in Finland. Also VTT, so Technical Research Center of Finland, is strengthening its position in aviation arena, and they have a lot of projects in the AAM space, one of them being this IMO Air Mobility as operator business, because they see the operator business model being the key to commercialize and to scale up these operations. A couple of other projects mentioned here as well. Continuing with these, but just showing draw fair 2 projects, but then closing with the AirMore. It's actually a project for medical emergency drones, and it has just ended, but it included this Finland's largest drone survey so far, and I will give you a quick look at the results in the next page. And as I said in the beginning, you will have all the materials whenever you want from AAM or from me, but just a couple of picks from this survey. So the percentage of respondents who did want drones to be flown freely anywhere in the city was 59%. Just over half of the respondents had a positive or neutral attitude towards drone technology. And then, based on the survey, people are most concerned about safety, security, and privacy issues when it comes to urban air mobility. The percentage of respondents who considered it important for drones to be as safe as currently used aircraft was 85%, so pretty high. And the percentage of respondents who had a positive attitude towards the use of drones in emergencies was 43, with as many as 91 being welcoming of drones near their homes in the event of emergency. Now, finally, that's all for me. So thank you very much for your interest, and let's stay in touch. Have a good seminar. Thank you.
That was the presentation from Finland. Next up, I've got Christo from Greece. Christo, are you on? If so, take it away. Yeah, I can see your screen, Christo.
Hey, good. Good day, everyone. My name is Christos. I am from Greece. I'm a major in landing forces, pilot, and helicopter instructor pilot. Today, I will be presenting on the advances in advanced air mobility and unmanned aerial systems in Greece, at least for the last 6 months in the last forum. About Greece. Greece, with Athens as its capital, operates as a parliamentary republic and is a member of the European Union. The country has a population of approximately 10.3 million and a GDP of approximately 230 billion euros. Our regulatory framework for advanced air mobility includes the Hellenic Civil Aviation Authority and the European Union Aviation Safety Agency. For the industry milestones for the last 6 months, one major milestone.
Sorry, Christophe, your slides are not flipping over.
Sorry, say again?
Your slides are not moving up. We are still at the first page.
Okay. What do you see now?
It's okay now. It's Aria Hotels Libra Group.
Okay. Let's see. Okay. Aria Hotels is a member of the Libra Group and is investing nearly 50 million euros to build 4 vertiport charging stations and lease 10 Alaya eVTOL aircraft on beta technologies. These vertiports, strategically located in Athens, South Mainland, and the Aegean Islands, aim to revolutionize regional connectivity. This initiative is expected to create jobs and stimulate economic growth in the aviation and tourism sectors. And it is supposed to start operations in the next 2 years. Next slide. Which slide do you see now? Sorry.
Dronamics.
Dynamics.
Okay. Dronamics is a cargo drone airline and has entered into an agreement with the Hellenic Port Service to launch postal cargo drone deliveries in Greece. The initial hub will be at Kavala Airport in northern Greece, with plans to expand to multiple airports. As a member of the EU Future Mobility Task Force, Dronamics has secured a 10 million euro funding agreement from the European Innovation Council. This initiative promises to enhance delivery efficiency, stimulate economic growth, and reduce carbon emissions. Actually, Dronamics is expanding in multiple airports in Greece and is asking permission from even from the armed forces to use military airports. Another success story we can say, the UCAN Drone and NOVA collaboration has successfully implemented drone delivery service for medical supplies in Naxos Island and small Cyclades. This project has received extensive media coverage and positive community sentiment. Also, the Ministry of Health has approved this program and is planning further expansion, highlighting the potential for drones to improve healthcare delivery in remote areas. Also, in civil protection and fire service operations, drones are being utilized to detect wildfires and coordinate firefighting efforts. Equipped with AI for fire and smoke detection, these drones manage in-field operations for first responders and monitor forests and critical infrastructure. Government officials and the media have praised the use of drones in firefighting, and there is significant public enthusiasm and acceptance of this technology. However, not all experiences have been positive. A drone crash during a test flight caused a forest fire, leading to arrests and negative media coverage. This incident raised significant concerns about the safety and reliability of drones in firefighting and surveillance operations. Addressing these safety concerns and regulatory hurdles is crucial to maintaining public trust and advancing the adoption of these technologies. This drone crash caused a major wildfire, and 100 firefighters, 25 vehicles, 9 airplanes, and 7 helicopters had to participate to control this fire. As for the general population sentiment, generally, despite some setbacks, the general sentiment towards advanced air mobility and UAS technologies in Greece remains positive, mostly for unmanned aerial systems, because in advanced air mobility in Greece, we are still at the beginning, and mostly because of private investments, not the government initiatives. The potential for revolutionizing tourism by enhancing connectivity between popular destinations is widely recognized. As the current UAM projects, personally, in my free time, I just checked if the urban air mobility and advanced air mobility domains in Greece were free. And I actually registered this in my name. And I'm really open to ideas how we can use this to promote the advanced air mobility for the Institute. And if any other liaison or Institute member or even any other person has any ideas, feel free to contact me and see what we can do with these domains, because I think the advancedmobility.gr should be a website that will promote in Greece, or maybe we can just connect it with the Advanced Air Mobility Institute. Feel free to contact me. In conclusion, Greece is making significant strides in advanced air mobility and unmanned aerial systems with projects like area hotels, vertiport construction, Dronamics cargo drone airline with postal services, and these initiatives promise to transform regional transportation, logistics, and connectivity. As we move forward, addressing safety concerns and regulatory challenges will be key to realizing the full potential of these technologies. Future projects like the Orama Nexus electric air taxis, which set to begin operations by 2025-26, exemplify the exciting advancements on the horizon. This is actually a project that I'm currently monitoring, and I'm trying to find new information about their constructions. And it will be one of the big private investments in Greece. Thank you for your attention. Feel free to contact me, and I'm looking forward for your feedback.
Thank you very much, Christos. Thank you for providing the details around development currently in Greece. Next up is Catherine Mayhofer. Catherine, take it away if you can hear me.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning, Ashiru.
Morning.
I try to share my screen. Can you actually see my screen? Yeah, I guess so.
Yes.
Yes. Perfect. So, hello, everybody. My name is Katrin Meyerhofer. I'm the COO and co-founder of ELSA Industry and Polycampus, both located in Romania and Bucharest. Some short words about Romania. Romania has the capital with Bucharest. It's a democratic republic. The population is almost 20 million. The economic GDP is growing rapidly the last years. And actually, the country supports around 100,000 jobs related to air transport and tourists arriving by air. So that for this small country, it shows that aviation sector is pretty important. So we have some key milestones in Romania, which joined the Schengen area this year in April, by the way. And we are transforming urban air mobility and logistics. Legislative updates, including the National Advanced Air Mobility Act, streamline approval processes currently. The public sentiment varies with concerns about privacy and safety. However, positive displays like successful search and rescue operations highlight the benefits. And Romania has opportunities for economic growth and improved public services through AAM applications. But still, the challenges remain in addressing the public concerns and balancing the regulations. So the recent milestones have significant implications in different areas, such as economic growth and job creation, enhanced mobility and efficiency. We try to strengthen the regulatory framework for it, technology leadership. Romania tries to be a cutting-edge technology provider, which is currently still a process, I would say. So we try to improve the public services with ULS trials, enhanced services, improving safety and well-being. And of course, there are environmental benefits for promoting electric and hybrid advanced air mobility vehicles. So I think Romania's proactive legislative changes indicate a positive impact on innovation, economic growth, and enhanced public services, despite challenges related to acceptance and privacy. Pointing out in some short words, the environmental and privacy groups organized protests in Romania due to concerns about drone usage. We had some vandalism incidents targeted drone infrastructure, which was a clear sign that we have an issue in Romania with the acceptance of it. So we have privacy worries and environmental impact fueled negative sentiments. Balancing innovation and public sentiments remains a challenge. and we face mixed views from the population about advanced air mobility. I know there's a lot of text, but it was just too much what is happening in Romania lately, and I tried to cover it all. So in summary, I think the success stories related to unmanned aerial systems have been in Romania, for example, this year, a search and rescue drone successfully located a missing child near Brașov, which is in the mountains, and showed the life-saving potential of unmanned aerial systems technology. And during severe weather in January, drones delivered essential medical supplies to remote Carpathian mountains villages, demonstrating also their practical use in challenging conditions. So we had some educational workshops. The National Drone Racing League attracted a large audience and got a lot of media attention, popularizing drone technology among the younger generation. So I think all of these efforts are addressing also the concerns and fostering support for their integration in the daily life. So I think the general population sentiment regarding advanced air mobility technologies in Romania shows in recent polls a mixed but generally positive sentiment towards advanced air mobility technologies, with 58% of respondents in Bucharest University survey expressing a favorable view and 50% supporting integration in a national poll. So the media coverage has been balanced, the government-led community meetings and public forums, educational workshops, as I said earlier. So overall, while there is a growing acceptance and excitement about the potential benefits of advanced air mobility technologies, a significant portion of the population remains cautious, calling for clear regulations and public consultants to address safety and privacy concerns. A noticeable split in opinion exists between urban and rural residents, with urban dwellers being more supportive due to greater exposure to technological advancements. And generational difference are evident as younger generations view as an integral part of the future, while older generations emphasize the need for robust regulations. So you can see the perception clearly by age about also the concerns the people have. It's a clear matter of age in Romania, actually. I think I am currently pushing for 3 major projects, even when it's very difficult to bring all stakeholders to the same table. The integration of eVTOL aircraft into Bucharest transportation network, the development of a nationwide UAS infrastructure, and the utilization of UAS for environmental monitoring and disaster management. So we try to work out a nationwide infrastructure development, focusing on proposing a robust network for UAS operations across Romania, including drone delivery hubs, charging stations, maintenance facilities, and with initial developments in major cities and plans for rural expansions. Nevertheless, with our own vehicle, it's very, very difficult to get the acceptance and also to attract the people for whatever reason, which is a kind of unusual, especially as we have a very close war ongoing. We share land borders with Ukraine. We share the Black Sea, which is strategically important. And still, even the government, they do something, but from my point of view, way too less to push the topics on a serious level. Nevertheless, Romania tries with the projects collectively to aim Romania at the forefront of UAS technology adoption, improving urban mobility, logistics, environmental management, and disaster response capabilities across the country. So I would say that it's very important that the Institute's liaisons establishing those international partnerships and advocate for supportive policies while advisors provide technical expertise and ensure regulatory compliance will be very beneficial to all of us. And I think together these contributions are crucial for the success and sustainability of advanced air mobility initiatives in the country, addressing those technical, regulatory, and social aspects of implementation. Romania has made a significant strides in AAM development, with industry milestones demonstrating the potential of these innovations and legislative updates aligning with EASA standards to promote the growth. Still, the public sentiment is moderately positive, I would call it, as I said earlier, and the current projects which we're trying to support also with ELSA in the very own interest of our own vehicle to get it integrated is a kind of a struggle, because there are no clear regulations currently from the air traffic control side. For example, there are a lot of more questions than answers. But overall, I would say Romania is positioning itself to become a player in the advanced air mobility sector, with the potential especially to create jobs, boost the GDP, and enhance various public services, while navigating the complexities of public acceptance and regulatory frameworks. So I would say everybody is doing its best, but it's still a long road to go. So all the efforts which also have been done by the government, the media, are very crucial, addressing those public concerns and achieving a balanced regulatory environment, paving the way for the successful integration and acceptance of advanced air mobility technologies in Romania. So that was it. If you have an interest of exchanging in a working group within Europe for regulatory topics, please get in touch with me, because we currently try to set up such a working group. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Catherine, for providing such rich information about the milestones, opportunities, and challenges in Romania. Really, really appreciated. And yeah, you know, it's all positive. Next on the line is Małgorzata Wojas from Poland.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
My presentation. Okay. Okay, I think you can see my presentation now. So my name is Małgorzata Wojas. I'm head of mechanical and thermal section of Institute of Aviation in Warsaw. No, I'm from Poland. Capital city of Poland is Warsaw. You have the Democratic Republic and a population about 37.6 million people. About industry milestones, I put here a last project that was launched in my company, but my team and leading. It was a project to answer some needs for industry, the Polish industry. And that was, you can say, sprint project. They have half a year to prepare the demonstrator and conduct the tests, and the project was succeed. And now they are collaborating with Polish industry Farada to prepare this de-icing system for the Farada beetle and test it on the real condition, maybe in this winter, I hope. Okay. So about laws and new policies in Poland, you know, Polish is in European Union, and we have to adjust our laws to other requirements. So in this year, some changes was provided in drone classification, registration, certification, also spatial and altitude restriction, and others like mandatory insurance for drones over to 150 grams. But what is more important, Polish units, government units like Polish Civil Aviation Authority, Polish Air Navigation Service Agency, and Crisis Information Center of Space Research Center of Polish Academy of Science prepared the website or digital service for UAVs in Poland, which now have 4 small, on this website are small services like registration, which allows to manage their data and qualification and permission digitally for the operators. E-drones provides for Civil Aviation Authority staff with digital tools to handle more efficient administrative process. Learning offers training and certification for drone operators, and also DTM, which supports advanced planning and real-time flight monitoring in new space in Poland. Okay, what about public sentiment? So about negative displays, there in recent years, and wasn't any negative reaction and protest in Poland. But we can see that increase of the drone incident in Poland is rapidly grow from 2021. It's 2 reasons. First, because there are more operators, more drones. And the second reason, because there is more proper documentation of the incidents. And the incidents can have the negative display if later. So it's quite important to monitor the most incident was like illegal activities and legal activities in border, some violence of airspace, some interference with the critical infrastructure, or some incident with buildings, residential buildings. Yeah. Okay, what about benefits? I'm showing here benefits which was included in the report, which was launched this year with some stakeholders and Polish companies and also institutes of aviation, and benefits which was described was firefighting support, infrastructure monitoring, and environmental monitoring also, educational and public engagement, like for example, Polish institutes and Polish companies prepared some events like Dronada every year for public acceptance also, public safety, and also rescue operations. And I give some example. There was first rescue operation in 2021 in Poland, which they use drones and saved the man who was missing in one day in Polish mountains. So it was very good for positive display of this in public sentiment. Okay, in general, we can see that it's quite high public acceptance around 70–60%. It depends of the sector. In private operators, the acceptance is the lowest, and in the community, the Polish community. And of course, the youngest people are more have more acceptance for the using drones or air mobility in the future. According to media, it was my evaluation. It's like 60–65% that related to positive content. So it's also very important for acceptance of. Yeah, so supporters emphasize benefits like innovation and job creation, so on, and opportunities concern about privacy, safety, and noise pollution, mostly. What about project I working now? So one project I told you on the beginning was the icing system for fixed wings eVTOLs. We are now focusing on further developing the technology and also considering maybe to participate in some programs where we can use our knowledge and technology. And I'm now preparing a project with Polish armed groups and for the ministry and also Polish industry. And for the Ministry of National Defense regarding UAVs, it's also regarding because of the war near our border in Ukraine. So now, our government focus on that kind of UAVs using. And okay, so quick conclusion. And maybe I will highlight the challenges once again. So safety, noise pollution, privacy, and implementation and new regulation, because the regulation changed quite quickly. And milestones, and I have this industry collaboration. Like I said earlier, the project with for Ministry of National Defense. We are also start working on unmanned vehicle up to 60 kilograms project with hydrogen propulsions. And we looking forward to collaboration with camera industry in the next year, I hope. So this was quick. Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy. You can find me on LinkedIn if you want. If you have some more questions for me. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Małgorzata. That was very, very nice, especially around public sentiment and all the projects you're doing in the background. I appreciate that, and thank you for providing information around Poland. Up next, I'm delighted to welcome Isabel Nyroth from Sweden. Isabel?
Oh, hi, thank you for the warm welcome. I will go ahead and share my screen once the screen. Małgorzata, can you stop sharing your screen?
Okay, I try because I don't think. Okay.
No problem.
Know why? I thought I stopped sharing the screen. Okay. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
No problem. Okay. Here we go. Share. All right. So let me know if there's any technical difficulties or to see the screen throughout. My name is Isabel Nyroth. I am the liaison for Sweden, and I'm also the founder of Everbrims, which is my own consultancy company based out of Stockholm. If you have any questions about Sweden or AAM or UAS being used in Sweden, please feel free to take a note of my email address on the screen or look me up on LinkedIn anytime. So Sweden, our capital is Stockholm. We have a constitutional monarchy, meaning we have a king, but we are governed by a prime minister in parliament. We have a population of about 10.4 million people, and our GDP is at about 580 billion US dollars. You might know Sweden for IKEA or Spotify or some of our other innovations globally. But in general, Sweden is known for its innovation in technology and sustainability sectors. So without being too biased, I do believe that Sweden has a lot of potential to build a strong AAM path forward. So we'll dive into a few of the things going on here. Some of the industry milestones in the past few months. Heart Aerospace is a Swedish company who are launching a hybrid electric air travel in collaboration with Region Gotland. Gotland is an island based in the middle of the Baltic Sea, and soon we will start to see hybrid electric air travel supporting the travel of 30 passengers from mainland Sweden to the island of Gotland. We also have Saab and LFV working on digital air traffic solutions, meaning that we want to see completely digital autonomous air traffic in Sweden at scale. So that is currently in progress and something that has been successful so far. We have RISE, who is a research institute who are currently having many ongoing projects with a focus on air traffic management, safety, and public acceptance. If you would like to see more on specifically the projects that they are working on, I would be happy to share that. But they have a huge volume of projects and interest in this. So it's a very positive movement forward. We also have Kista Science City. We have many science cities around in Sweden. Kista Science City is based just out of Stockholm, and they have a UAM initiative exploring smart city solutions. This is in collaboration with several actors, both in Sweden and our surrounding neighbors in Northern Europe, as well as other EU countries. Each of these developments contribute towards sustainable AAM. They are small stepping stones in the right direction. Although one negative impact I would like to bring up is we have an aerial delivery company in Sweden called Erit, who sadly declared bankruptcy just a month ago due to lack of funding. They have been very successful in their idea and the execution. They have helped immensely with gaining public acceptance and advocacy for aerial deliveries and seeing drones on a day-to-day basis. And it's a hard hit in general for the industry to see a good company like that disappear on the market. But I know that they are great guys, happy to share their insight of that experience. So if someone is interested, please reach out to them on LinkedIn. There haven't really been any huge key changes in laws and policies in Sweden. We've been following, the release of SORA 2.5, for example, because it helps in the right process of commercial drones, which will build up to more legislation for AAM. Our, small steps in the right progress includes that we have this UAS airspace map, which now includes NOTAMs. So it's the small things that are making it just a little bit easier to operate and share information on a grand scale that will help to contribute to the right infrastructure to support AAM. We've had one legal interpretation of UAS laws that ended up in court this past May, where there were two operators flying in restricted airspace, and they claimed that it was really difficult to find and understand UAS regulations. So they were arrested because they were operating illegally. However, they were freed in court due to an interpretation of the UAS law and the accessibility of being able to understand that information. So this has a huge implication that, it reminds us that regulation is a living thing. It's not something that we set in stone and then that's it. It is something that we need to take care about, and we need to keep looking and defining it, clarifying it, informing about the framework to a widespread audience to better align with why we have these regulations and why it's important to follow them and continue to adapt them. When we look at the public sentiment, there have not been any specific incidents reported against any UAS or AAM operations. People are generally positive to it, but you will see occasional negative comments on social media, like you will with anything. But in general, people are quite positive towards seeing UAS in the air. About once or twice a month, at least, I see articles highlighting the use of UAS to find people, to find lost pets, animals, wildlife monitoring. We're inventorying moose. We are looking at geese control. There are so many great applications ongoing every month, and the media is really good at highlighting this. So I think this is really helping to increase the public acceptance. But we don't really have enough data to conclude a general population sentiment. So based on the people I talk to and see and discuss, I feel that it's very positive, but it is generally divided between a tech positive society in Sweden mixed with a general fear of new things and creation of new issues. So people are kind of cautious, but in general, let's try to move in the right direction is the way people see it. A few of the current AAM UAS projects that I'm involved in, we have in Sweden three approved organizations to offer training for specific category in UAS. One of those approved organizations is a higher education program, which are running a 1-year education for operators to learn to fly, for example, in BVLOS and to handle more complex operations. It's really exciting because we had hundreds of applications to join this course, but only 25 are accepted. So it's great to see that there's a huge interest for this. And with that, I also hope that there will be interest to look beyond just flying BVLOS and doing mapping missions and so on with commercial drones that we are very well aware of, and look more towards the future. If anybody would like to contribute to this course with presentations or information, please feel free to get in touch. We also have a city AAM project, which is not just limited to Sweden. It is a cooperation with other countries as well. But here we are looking to prepare cities for urban air mobility. So there are projects kicking off in the fall and for next year that I will be involved in. And I'm sure that I will share more information on that in the next global forum. One interesting thing, I'm not directly part of this, but it's a very interesting aspect of AAM to highlight, is the APIS project by the Royal Institute of Technology in Stockholm. They are studying the acoustics and annoyance of future aviation through a simulation platform and implementation system. So finding the data of recording the noise levels of any sizable drone that we would like to see at scale in the sky for the future, this is basically where all of this data is going to get collected to see what is the impact of scaling out this in urban environments, in rural environments. What can we expect as a general public impact from the noise levels? So in conclusion, I think Sweden has a very general positive outlook, which offers opportunity to establish AAM milestones going forward. Challenges remain in funding, regulation, both research, implementation, and public acceptance. But with the small stepping stones, I think we're getting there, and we'll, rule out one issue at a time. Projects in Sweden that are either ongoing or soon commencing will definitely help define the future of AAM. So I look forward to continue reporting on the progress. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Isabel, for that. Appreciate the insight. I'm tempted to go ahead, but I know we deserve, a quick break. I'll say let's have 5 minutes just to reflect, network, and we come back in 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, here. Let me know when you see it.
Yes, it's come through.
Perfect. So first of all, thank you for welcoming me in this forum. It's very interesting to see all the presentation from different liaisons from all the countries. And I'm also glad to present after Sweden, even if she did a very good job, so the level is very high. But I think Switzerland is a good fit after Sweden because culturally we're quite similar. So I will do my best to give you an overview of the situation in here. I'm Aurélie Joy Pascual Werner. I'm president of the Drone Industry Association Switzerland. And you can also reach out on LinkedIn if you want to discuss any of the topic of the presentation later on. So here is my general introduction about Switzerland. Can you already see it? Is it all good?
Yes.
Perfect. So Switzerland is this little country in the middle of Europe. We have a federal republic, direct democracy. Our population is 8.9 million, so quite small as well. But our GDP is $818.4 billion US dollar. So per capita, that's $92,000 US dollar, which is pretty high. And our capital city is Bern in the center of the country. Our regulatory body is the FOCA, Federal Office of Civil Aviation, which is known to have a very pragmatic approach when developing regulations for new aviation technologies. We have a strong economic performance, which is largely driven by the services sector. So overall, 3/4 of it is made from services. Our main trading partner, is the European Union. So we are in close collaboration and exchange relation with all the countries around us. We have a very big contribution from the private sector into research and development, so also for funding new companies, startup investment, and so on. I will share a few industry milestones. So for example, we have a partnership now between Rigitech and Involi. Rigitech is a major drone developer and operator in Switzerland based in Lausanne. They're on the campus of EPFL, which is a major technology institute. And Involi is a company also based in Lausanne, and they develop air traffic information services. They did this partnership because they are convinced that the key to scalability is integration. So they want to provide means to integrate new aviation into the current system and provide the technological means to fulfill all the requirements for these operations to happen safely and efficiently. They provide data to be integrated in a simple interface, which means it can be used quite easily by a lot of different operators of different AAM aircraft. It's very reliable. It can be used for route planning as well. And it aims to make easier the approval process with the local aviation authorities. And this partnership was closed recently, so it was started recently, and we are waiting to see the impact it will have, but it looks very promising. And if you want more information, you can look at Involi's website. They have information about this collaboration and also about their whole system and how it can support the AAM industry. Then we also have the TCS, which is the Touring Club Suisse. It's originally club for automobile, and they are now looking into drone and vertical mobility. And for this, they founded an academy to train new professionals on these technologies and environments. And so they offer a wide range of programs that are aiming especially at emergency rescue and also mobility services, so eVTOL, air taxis, and so on. And their vision is to basically bring automobile club that they were originally into a third dimension, so in the volume of the airspace and not only on ground. The impact of this is very high because, of course, we cannot build an industry if we don't have the skills for it and the professionals, basically the human force for this. There is also a lot of new programs being developed in there, and it's in close contact with research institutions, and they collaborate as well with the industry to test new technologies, new processes, and they basically tailor their programs to be as fitting as possible for the upcoming aviation. Then in the industry stakeholders worth mentioning, of course, Daedalene. They sponsor this forum, so I'm very sure they introduce themselves in more detail, but I think they're still worth mentioning in here, because in the keys to scalability, there is definitely intelligence as well. Daedalene AI develops autonomous piloting systems, and these are also applicable and usable for new aviation technologies and for the AAM and UAM. Their vision is that we need to have safe operations to be able to scale up, and this is possible only with autonomous operations. So have a look at what they're doing. It's very interesting, and keep up with their news because there is more to come on that side as well. Then also in industry stakeholders, we have Meteomatics providing high resolution weather data. And these are basically put into a weather API and can be implemented into all kinds of different systems and applications. And the end product can be fitted for industry-specific partners. And this means that the parameters and indices that are chosen in the specific case are those that will be useful. So we basically can filter the data to use only what is relevant for a specific industry. And the impact of this is that for the AAM, it allows to optimize operations, reduce downtime, and also have a better assessment for locations, for example, for vertiports, to know if the area is basically suitable in terms of weather and environment. It makes the local assessment quicker, and it makes also easier to build the right infrastructure for the local environment and conditions. Then on the government side, we had recently quite a few events. So we had, for example, the Federal Office for Defense Procurement that organized a roundtable on drones. And in that sense, to also link it with scalability, it cannot be done without collaboration. And so this is part of the government that basically opened up to new possibilities with the use of drones. They had this roundtable to build a task force involving also industry representatives. And the aim is to address all the challenges, define which are the goals, and what is the need for the use of drones, and basically in this country, how we can make the best use of it. So the impact analysis is obviously on the security side for this drone task force, since it's led by the Federal Office for Defense. But of course, it also aims to make the Swiss industry as self-sufficient as possible, which means it will also support local companies to grow and develop more. They also have this Swiss Drone and Robotics Center that they created. And this is to group knowledge and skills and create programs also for training, to build a test center and all kinds of facilities with the support of the government, where these new technologies can be developed, tested, and also implemented, or at least evaluated for further implementation. What I must say is that we are very happy to see that the government actually sees some useful and promising aspects of drones, but this also draws a lot of attention to the military use. So it's a bit tricky. It has a lot of advantages, but we also need to be careful, because in the end, AAM is also not military only or military at all, depending on the companies. So we want to make sure that this also stays clear, that there is a difference in between. But again, it's a nice initiative from the government, and we're also very glad that the industry was a part of it and was invited to this roundtable to discuss. On the academia side, we have the creation of the drone hub at the Nest facility. It's located in Zurich, and it's a partnership between EMPA, which is a part of the ETH, is the Technology Institute in Zurich, and Imperial College London. It's a new facility. This is just a 3D model. It's not opened yet, but the opening will happen very soon, within a few months from now, and it looks promising. It has a lot of also testing facilities, research institutes. It also brings the best from academia and makes the link with the industry. They sent the invitation for their opening also to the industry to really make the connection from the start. And yeah, we're looking forward to seeing the progress that will be made in there. Then when it comes to the public sentiment, in general in Switzerland, it's quite similar to what was described previously for Sweden by Isabel. We have a population that is open to innovation and sees technologies as a source of opportunities. People are usually very interested in all these new things that come out, and they want to know more, they want to use it, they want to touch it and see it. So it's a good thing for us to organize, for example, industry events, demonstrations, and this kind of big event that also give a good image to the industry. But we see that the trend is also a bit a concern of environmental aspects of AAM, because a part of the population sees it good that AAM and UAM in general has to do with electricity, electric motors. But there is also still a part of it that uses fuel. Nevertheless, the trend is also that part of the population sees it as good because it's cleaner, but the best option should also maybe be no aviation at all, because in the end, that's where you really have a lower environmental impact. So these discussions are open at the moment, and we really see different opinions being discussed in there, and yeah, we also need to give it a bit of time to see overall which direction this will take. My personal belief is that if we make AAM efficient and clean, it's definitely a great progress, because in Switzerland we have a lot of general aviation, we have a lot of emergency helicopters. We also use helicopters a lot in the mountains. So all of this could be made cleaner and more efficient and also safer. So I think this is what we need to focus on, and this is where we want to steer the discussion. When it comes to media communications, due to the recent initiatives from the Swiss government, we of course have a big focus on military use case of drones, which does not really give the best image to the public. But with the Drone Industry Association Switzerland, we try really to remind the media that they should also explore civil applications, because military use cases are just one specific aspect, and it's also a niche, and it's usually doesn't have much to do with the air taxi and this kind of uses. So yeah, we try to control a bit this in the sense that we know that the media likes to have very shocking titles and so on. We saw last week a lot of articles mentioning Switzerland creating kamikaze attack drones and stuff like this. So of course it's very sensational, but it doesn't really reflect the reality of civil use cases for search and rescue, for delivery, for inspection, for all kinds of data collection and so on. So in there as well, we think it's just at the moment due to this latest news from the government, but we hope that they will actually give more visibility to other aspects as well, because this would definitely help with the public acceptance of drones and AAM. Then on the side of the Drone Industry Association, we published a Swiss Drone Industry Report for this year. The latest one that we published was 3 years ago. So it's again an independent study that we did with Drone Industry Insights, and it's available on the website. You can download it. It's accessible to everyone for free. And we did this to give the best and most detailed overview of the Swiss industry, and also see what comes out from this as trend, as challenges, what are the highest impact on companies in Switzerland, and in perspective with the latest reports, what are the changes, how did it evolve since then, and we also want this report to be used and usable for companies to contact investors, to raise funds, and hopefully this will also support the development of the industry. We had very good feedback on it, so we're very, very, very happy with the results. And then a little bit of advertisement for the country with very nice photos, just to say that the Swiss Alpine Club also faces challenges with the use of drones, but of course they're extremely useful in mountain areas. So they're also working as partners on that side to promote the good uses of drones in there. They reported quite a few conflicts between those who come to the mountain to escape and have a quiet stay in there, and get disturbed by the presence of drones, usually hobby drones, photography drones. So they also steer the focus to these applications that I pictured here. So for monitoring, for search and rescue, we see here, for example, an unmanned helicopter from the Rega, which is the helicopter rescue operator. We see also an image of drone delivery for mountain huts, which are not so easy to access. So this shows a bit the context of our country being in the Alps, also providing different opportunities for this industry. And then a quick conclusion to keep it as short as possible. Basically, we aim for integration, predictability, safety, and we're happy that the regulatory framework in Switzerland is pragmatic and it's flexible. We have good discussions with the authority. On the population side, different opinions coming up, different trends in the discussion. So we need to give it a bit of time to see where it goes. Media, we want to have them show more of the civil aspects and the applications of drones. And basically all of this shows us that the growth of the sector does not come without challenges. And thank you for listening. Don't hesitate to reach out if you want to discuss it more. We could speak for hours. So I will stop here and give the floor to the next person. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ariel. I knew you were going to go on and on, but yes, that's what it is. Right, just a bit of housekeeping again. I know we've got rich content here. We can't put everything out there. So if we try and compress it, I know it's not always easy to compress things to 5 minutes. So please, let's bear that in mind. We still got a few list of people to go through. Next up is Frederick Mallet. Frederick, please take it on. Thank you.
Thank you, Osho. Let's share my screen. Do you see the screen?
Yes.
Okay, fine. So thank you very much for attending this global AAM forum, the second one after the ones we did last winter. I am Fred Malray. I am president of Airways Development. My background is engineering of high critical equipment, more on the side of the airborne equipment, the platforms, more than the global rest of the ecosystems like infrastructures or energy or whatever. But it takes all of our expertise globally to build up a consequent ecosystem. So I'm going to present you a little bit of an upgrade of what's going on in France regarding the global aerial air mobility, means urban air mobility and regional air mobility. Let's move that. To France. France is, for those not knowing in details about France, it's part of the European Union. You can see on the infographic some data and figures and so on. We are the largest exporter of civil aviations today in Europe. Because after pioneering aviations back years and decades and centuries ago with Clément Ader, just following up with the Germans Otto Lilienthal, we had several pioneers like Blériot, Mermoz, Latécoère, Saint-Exupéry. You may remember having read their books and so on, but also Marcel Dassault, that was given his names and history to the famous Dassault Aviations, which is one of the leading airframers today hosted in France, based in France, covering both business jets, the Falcon range, and combat and mission aircraft like the famous Mirage 2000 and today Rafale. This is also one of the founding leading countries from Airbus, together with UK, with Spain and Germany, as well as with Airbus Helicopter, which used to be Eurocopter for the most holders from us, a binational or trinational company also with Germany and so on. But aside of those airframer, we have also some major system leaders such as Thales and Safran, both of them being pretty active on the advanced air mobility market. Just to give you some head-ups on it, on last week, indeed, the A321 XLR extra long range, which is really true game changer, far away from the aerial air mobility as we consider it, but on the typical commercial aviations, was opening the first appearance on the Farnborough Air Show. It's a game changer because it will open transatlantic route long range to single aisles, creating point-to-point and being a kind of bridge on the upper level from what we are opening with regional air mobility with 19-seaters, 30-seaters, and 35, 50-seaters, and so on later on. And obviously, you may have been following the fact that Paris and France is hosting the Olympic Games this year. Yeah. Just to go back to the industry milestone on advanced air mobility platform, certainly on the wave of pioneering aerospace and so on, we are hosting at present times different EM projects with different types of energies that it's noticeable. Some of them are purely electric, some of them are hybrid electric, some of them are hybrid electric with hydrogen. So it's a pretty large, I would say, types of technologies that is deployed in France with company like Aura Aero, already on the 2-seaters electric airplanes, but developing also 19-seater, the so-called ERA 19-seater hybrid electric. Volta Aero, which have been founded by the former CTO from Airbus Innovations Works, Jean Botti, developing a range of Casio, so-called Casio 5, 8, and 10, 12 packs in a scalable range. They were doing their first public appearance at Farnborough after having show up also the precedent prototype at eBase. Ascendant Flights developing the ATA, relatively surprisingly, they were already selecting all their major sub-suppliers, but I would not necessarily consider them as the most advanced of the two others that I was mentioning before. And Beyond Aero is quite promising hydrogen propulsion type of 4 to 8 packs. Blue Spirit Aero also following these trends, and Avion Mauboussin having 2 types, 2 packs and 6 packs types of program. Yeah. In terms of public sentiments, you may have heard following the news and so on, that's obviously already 1.5 years ago, 2 years ago, it was big noises made that the volocopter may be flying around Paris for the Olympic Games, as well as next year in Roma for the Jubileum, from the Vaticano Jubileum. But in the course of the development over the years and months and so on, we have seen that it was facing some hurdle, certification hurdle, because so far the volocopter velocity is not yet totally certified. And secondly, also in terms of public acceptance, which goes very well in line with the reasons of our institute and so on, to the point that on the 1st of May, activists from Extinction Rebellions were spraying paint, red paints on the French DGAC, the equivalent of the Civil Aviation Directorates, means the pendant of the local French pendant of the EU EASA. To protest against the deployment of flying taxi. Why they are protesting against? Because some of them, even with some relay on the Paris councillors, on the mayor town and so on, are considering these plans as absurd or eventually ecological aberrations, seeing that as toy for rich people and so on. But they tend to forget that aside of the passenger operations, those types of platforms could be also a very good means in terms of providing emergency services, delivering goods very quickly, for example, for some blood spenders and so on, in a congested city as Paris will be during the Olympic Games. So floating vertiports have been even set on the Seine River in front of the Austerlitz stations, but also close to 2 main hospitals in order to possibly provide those emergency services, etc. But surprisingly, the city of Paris and the mayor of the 13th arrondissement, where these vertiports have been installed, were claiming against courts, against the authorizations granted by the Ministry of Ecological Transitions and the Military of Transport. On the 24th, that means only last week indeed, the highest jurisdiction, the Conseil d'État, have always rejected this demand. So the question is, would we see a volocopter eVTOL flying in the sky of Paris soon, in the next days to come? It's a big question mark, and we will see. I don't have the answer. Sorry for that. Just to illustrate a little bit that, you will get the slide afterwards, and I go quite quickly on it. That's the pictures here on the top of the vertiports that have been put in the front of the stations and so on, and some informations. Those negative public and also political, because it's a highly political game, so also behind, should always not hide a very positive acceptance on the other hands. As I was saying, that's many French citizens may be skeptical about UAM as passenger platforms, system and so on. They tend to forget that this is a clear way to deliver emergency services and rapid operations. And by the way, this was illustrated with a great panel at eBase at the equivalent of NBA, which is running every year in Geneva, moderated by our president, Downslat, and having Dronamics. We were hearing from Dronamics Greece before and so on, and different other players and so on. It's interesting to note that also our institute have created a cooperation agreement with Val d'Oise regions, which is one of the suburb regions from Paris, creating a global ecosystem or helping them to create a global ecosystems to develop this facing these aviations or AAM bashings that we are seeing on some other stuff and so on. In terms of regional air mobility, personally, I see a much better public acceptance because it will clearly pragmatically decarbon aviations. It is using airfield and structures like the small airports and airfields that we have all over Europe and mainly in France, but not only. There are some interesting studies made in UK, in Germany about using those, reconnecting, relinking those airfields and so on. And it will be clearly reopening point-to-point regional routes, which are candidate for to be full or hybrid electric. And in this way, it's interesting to note that Lilium have recently made a partnering with Urban V and the Côte d'Azur Airport, the French Riviera Airports, ACA, to develop the eVTOL networks already in 2026. So things are moving, and we should not be stopped by the negative media coverage. There are also some very positive advance in this domain. Yeah. In terms of what we are doing as liaison, all of us, but for me personally and so on, it's really bridging gaps and creating contacts, developing contact and so on towards the AAM ecosystem. Participating to different events like AirTech late 2024, where also Dan was part of one of the panel. It was 6 panel about co-organized by Mike Hirschbergs from the Vertical Fly Society. We were also at eBase where Dan was chairing panels and co-chairing others. And we had the chance to get in touch with Volta Aero, with Beyond Aerospace, with also people doing the charging elements like Eaton, Switzerland, and also some other airport operators aside of aerospace airport from Côte d'Azur and Aéroport de Paris, but also EDACE, which is running a lot of regional airfields on airport in France. And we are preparing the next 2 comes. Just to give you a flavors, if you want to attend, for the ones which are interested, European Rotor will be run in Amsterdam, mid of November. Before it will be AirTech in Augsburg, with again some EM sessions organizing by the VFS, the Vertical Fly Society Forum. And interesting also, this is the second occurrence from the Green Aero Days in France that will be this year's organized with Aeromart in Toulouse at the end of the years. 2025 will be also quite interesting, but it will be certainly a subject of further forum. Going further, yeah. As a conclusions, in many countries, and back to what I was presenting in terms of program and project and so on, we noticed a race to fundings for many of the French launched program, even though that there are some French funding flowing in and so on. It's not sufficient. The certifications, at least the ones from the big authorities, I mean EASA, FAA, is obviously much more difficult and therefore longer than it was maybe too optimistically envisioned earlier. So that means that's pushing some of those companies, not necessarily the French one that I was describing, but others like Joby or Archer or some others, to look at some Middle East countries like Dubai and so on, to eventually get these first certifications, because they may eventually see that the certifications may be easier. And this is also in connections with some additional fundings that they can get from it. Or whether companies and projects are continuing to move fast. As I was mentioning, it's in the introductions, Ascendance have already selected major suppliers. Aura have signed an agreement, and this is interesting to note. They are strongly backed by Thales and Airbus to get supported to their 90-seater certifications, for which they have already signed a pre-application service contract with EASA. For a full EMA electromechanical actuators flight control package, which is the first one in this domain. It's also laureate of the French-founded program French 2030. So Aura is pretty well advanced on it. Volta Aero even more, because they have already flown a prototype and so on. and they were showcasing their Casio, as you have seen before, and so on. After also signing a strategic agreement with a shareholder, which is now Kawasaki, developing an hybrid engine operating in both gasoline and H2 fueled versions. So that's pretty much exciting, and we look forward. This was pretty much for my 5 minutes. I hope you enjoy it. If you have any questions, please reach me anytime, either here on LinkedIn. Yeah.
Excellent. That was very enjoyable, Frederick. Thank you very much. Next up is Luis Lira from Spain. Go for it, Luis.
Thank you, Hashiru. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Moment, please. For okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Hello, everyone. I am Luis Lira, founder and CEO of Negocio Aeroespacial and negocioaeroespacial.com. Negocio Aeroespacial is a consultative firm that worked in two lines of business: communication and brands of aerospace business, and managed aeronautical projects in airports, OEMs, and drones companies. Two, I am LinkedIn creator. Nowadays, I have 20,000 followers. Spain is a country of South Europe with a population of 48 million inhabitants, and is the fourth largest economy in the European Union, with a GDP of $1.4 trillion. The regulatory body of AAM is the same authorities in Europe: EASA, European Aviation Safety Agency, Eurocontrol for traffic control, and national authorities is the Security and Safety Area Agency, is the for safety and security, and ENAIRE, that is the same Eurocontrol for control of and manage of air traffic controller. For this presentation, I have prepared a video which I have divided into 4 pillars. The main topics: public sector cluster and alliance, OEM and infrastructure operators, test centers and sandboxes, and events and media, who dedicate the fund or broad the AAM ecosystem. I hope you enjoy the video.
If you're there, I can tell you that I cannot see your screen.
2024 is proving to be a crucial year for AAM. characterized by Good morning, everyone. It is a great honor to represent Italy at the Global Advanced Air Mobility Forum. 2024 is proving to be a crucial year for AIM, characterized by significant technological and regulatory progress. Collaboration between industry and academia will be fundamental to our future success. Italy has achieved significant milestones in the advanced air mobility AAM sector. Among these, the following stand out. Lilium, Milan Airports, and Skyports Infrastructure have announced the signing of a memorandum of understanding to build a network of vertiports in Lombardy by 2027. This initiative represents a significant step towards developing an advanced air mobility infrastructure in the region, promoting fast, efficient, and sustainable urban transportation. Stellantis has announced a $55 million investment in Archer Aviation, demonstrating a concrete commitment to the future of air mobility. This funding will support the production of 650 aircraft per year, accelerating the transition to sustainable and accessible air transportation. Flying Basket has received the Light UAS Certificate, LUC, an important recognition that attests to the reliability and safety of drone operations. This certification paves the way for new commercial and industrial applications for drones in Italy. The solar drone ST-100 has set a new low-altitude flight record with 93 consecutive hours in the air. This milestone highlights the potential of renewable energy in air mobility and positions Italy as a leader in the experimentation of innovative and sustainable solutions. The startup Abizero, in collaboration with Euro-USC Italia, has obtained authorization from ANAC to operate a drone transport route in the Ionian Islands archipelago. This pilot project enables the rapid transport of medical goods between the islands, significantly reducing delivery times for urgent medical products. On May 20th, 2024, during the Space Meetings Veneto in Venice, a green hydrogen-powered drone from H2C conducted an experimental flight for the transport of medicines. This initiative demonstrated technological efficiency and zero CO2 emissions, highlighting Italy's commitment to sustainable transport solutions. The AAM sector in Italy is facing significant challenges related to regulation, safety, and integration with existing infrastructures. A fundamental step was taken with the introduction of a new regulation by ENAC for the use of vertical takeoff and landing aircraft, VCA. This regulation establishes requirements for VCA navigation, reserved flight corridors, and vertiports. Additionally, the Light UAS Certificate, LUC, was issued to Flying Basket. It is important to note that no significant negative displays such as protests or vandalism have been reported. The general public sentiment remains positive or neutral towards AAM initiatives. Continuous monitoring is necessary to address any emerging negative feedback. There have been numerous positive manifestations. The collaboration between the Advanced Air Mobility Institute and ANCE Toscana to promote AAM, experimental drone flights for transporting medicines and medical supplies, projects for delivering medicines with drones in the Sirente Velino Regional Park, improving access to healthcare in remote areas. The general sentiment of the population towards technological innovation in the AAM sector is positive. Communities and local institutions show strong support for AAM initiatives. Media and public interest in the benefits of AAM are steadily growing. Among the current projects we are developing, the following stand out. Collaboration with the Drone Observatory of the Polytechnic University of Milan to analyze the growth and applications of drones in Italy. Collaboration with ANCI Toscana to promote advanced air mobility through joint projects, educational events, and online training. Italy is at the forefront of the advanced air mobility sector thanks to continuous investments, innovations, and supportive regulations. Collaboration between industry and academia remains vital to overcoming future challenges. Key events scheduled for 2024 include 5th National Conference on Air Mobility in Turin on September 27, Drone Italy in Bologna from October 9 to 11, Rome Drone Conference on October 17, Drone Observatory Conference in February 2025, Next Mobility Exhibition in Milan from May 13 to 16, 2026. Thank you for your attention.
That was a presentation by Savo Fuzes from Italy. Indeed, Italy is at the forefront of AAM. Up next is Ramos Mate to present Ross. Ramos is from Austria. Take it away, Ramos.
Thank you very much for having me. Do you see my screen now?
Yes, I can.
Oh, perfect. My name is Ramos Matei. I'm a Romanian architect based in Austria. And today I have the honor to represent Austria on this event. Austria is a small country in Europe with a population of 9 million, with the capital in the beautiful Vienna. Industry milestones, so regarding tech and innovation, 360 degrees propulsion from Cyclotech, climatic wind tunnel, Vienna, from Railtech Arsenal. It's a globally unique test facility with certification for aviation.
Sorry, Ramos, can you share the
yes.
screen again, please? It's
yes, of course. Just a second. Please let me know if it's working. Now?
Not yet.
Oh, not yet. How about now?
No, still hasn't come up.
But at the beginning, it was all right, or not?
Flashed, but it quickly went off.
Okay. Actually, I'm somewhere in Spain, and maybe the internet connection is not so well. I don't know exactly. So I see I'm trying to redo the connection. Please let me know if now it's working.
Still not working.
Maybe if I try to place this. Now? Ashiro, do you hear me?
Still can't see your screen. Maybe you want to carry on. If you want to carry on, we can't see the screen, but yeah, please feel free to carry on. At least we can.
Yes. Thank you very much for the opportunity. So we have a few major projects and initiative launch in Austria. It's about EU project reciprocity. And another important project is select surface technologies for all electric air taxis from AAM Institute of Technologies. We have a few key partnerships that I could mention. It's about the SELAIM, Sky Alliance for Automated Air Mobility in Salzburg, and FlyNow Aviation. As new laws and policies, we have some legislation updates regarding the flying law, but it's not something extremely relevant for advanced air mobility. FTI strategy 2030, so it's a government strategy of research, technology, and innovation. As public sentiment for the moment, of course, we don't have enough data. It's quite difficult to say, but as already my colleague said, of course, noise pollution, safety concerns, environmental impact, visual pollution, economic displacement could be an issue, probably privacy issues, and cost and accessibility. In my opinion, job availability concerns can create here a window of opportunity in public positive perception. So this new mobility, the advanced mobility can create new jobs, and everybody will be much more happy and much more inclusive with this kind of new mobility. Also, as positive displays, we have a few successful stories from Cyclotech, who raises 20 million euros for a revolutionary aviation propulsion system. It's about 360 degrees propulsion. From community support and acceptance, we have already this year had Dronen Festival in Andras. It was in May, and maybe also next week. From public events and media coverages, we have a few media coverage. Maybe the most relevant is from their standard. And the titles sound like this. This is time for real. In 2024, the first air taxis are expected to be introduced in Europe. So this would be the public presence of in media coverage. For the moment in my work, I'm trying to design a mountain vertiport concept. It's an architectural concept designed to create the foundational framework for a state-of-art vertical takeoff and landing hub in isolated mountain regions. This vertiport design will represent a starting point in identifying the challenges and sensibilities for this type of complex infrastructure. The final outcome will improve connectivity, establish essential transportation links, and encourage sustainable tourism in remote mountain areas. As a conclusion, Austria engage various opportunities in advanced air mobility that makes moves through new technologies development and testing center. For the moment, the main focus on transport drones. For the moment, the main focus it's on transport drones. Ashiru, can you hear me? I hope that you can hear me.
Yes.
Oh, great. As opportunities, of course, we have some opportunities regarding the product drone transportation, drone for special construction sites, rescue drones for sky, hiking and climbing areas, and of course, another opportunity will be the people passion for extreme sports and technology. And here maybe advanced air mobility can be introduced. As challenges, of course, inexistence of infrastructure, extreme weather conditions, high cost and policy regulations, of course, and upcoming events for this year, we will have Aviation Forum Austria in 2024 in October, and also next year Dronen Festival Andras. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm so sorry for the technical problems. I don't know exactly what it was.
No problem. Thank you very much, Ramos.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Up next, I'm delighted to welcome Oliver Reinhardt. Oliver, take it on, please. I know we've been waiting for you for a while.
No problem for waiting. It's interesting to listen to all the others. So welcome everybody, Oliver Reinhardt, my name. I hope you can see my screen now without a glitch.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I'm the Chief and Risk Certification Officer of Volocopter here based out of Germany, and it's my pleasure today to give you a glimpse and an insight on what's going on here in Germany. I try to not just concentrate on the shiny elements, but also on the more tricky elements. I hope this is adding direct value then to what we are discussing. First of all, looking at Germany, Germany is in the heart of Europe, so we are a member of the European Union, our capital in Berlin, which is also the largest city by population that we have in Germany, with 3.8 million citizens. All in all, Germany has 84 million inhabitants, so we are the most populous member state of the EU, and also with the economy of close to 4.5 trillion euros. We are the third largest economy in the world, largest within the EU. However, we have an interesting structure. with being composed out of 16 individual states, and we have a federal system, federal parliamentary republic, where the individual states have a quite huge degree of freedom also within the federal republic as such, which we feel and notice also when working on the aviation sector quite a bit. We'll come to this later. All in all, just on the cities, Germany, we have just 4 cities which have more than 1 million inhabitants. The rest is all significantly smaller cities, which gives a very special structure. What has been achieved within Germany throughout the past 6 months, last year roughly, so it's a little bit blurry. We have some key players. Of course, we count ourselves also to be one of the key players in the eVTOL scenario. We heard the colleague from France speaking about the upcoming possibilities on Paris. We are in the flight testing phase under EASA permit to fly. So that was the first time that EASA has issued a permit to fly on the basis of the dedicated certification specifications that have been created for eVTOL aircraft. The second one, our friends from Munich, Lilium, is following very tightly on our pace. So they are expecting to start their flight testing phase for compliance very beginning of next year. So fingers crossed, we're looking very much forward to this to happen as well. We had some UAS delivery services tested in Germany within the past months quite successfully. And also the German National Research Test Center is providing quite interesting infrastructure with a dedicated airfield in Kochstedt, with a properly segregated airspace where we can test all the types of interaction and operation in all the area of urban air mobility, advanced air mobility, UAM, you name it, whatever goes there. All in all, generally, we need to say, however, that Germany provides a difficult territory to launch as a viable market case. So we have a very good and well-developed local public transportation network, for example. So that gives us strong competition. And unlike in a lot of other areas around the globe, this is creating challenges to really make this a viable market case. And the other element that we are seeing, and that's not Germany specific, but also reaches out into the all of Europe on the European scale, the funding possibilities here in Germany and in Europe for late stage deep tech startups, like many of us are, is very limited. Looking at the next on the laws and policies, one thing we are very much looking forward to is the federal government is preparing the AAM strategy. There has been a quite long process behind this, but it's now in the final alignments and is expected to be published in autumn this year. So the clear target is here to strengthen German industry, offer funding possibilities. You remember the gap that I just mentioned, opening market opinions and streamlining of regulations. That stands a little bit in contrast with the roundtable of climate neutral aviation that the Ministry of Economic Affairs has been kicking off in co-work also with the Ministry of Transport, but mostly led by the Economic Affairs Department, where in the end, the picture was sketched out that anything that is related to advanced air mobility is not really contributing to climate neutral aviation, as the impact that this industry can have in the very next few years is considered as very limited compared to all what the big aviation is doing. We found this a little bit puzzling, this kind of sentiment that came out of that. Now follow-on actions are giving more attention to this, really considering this also as a technology leader function to bring electric aviation, to make it available, to get it certified, and to allow it then also to grow into the bigger aviation. In sense of time, not speaking of the relevant other elements, just from the implications, I mentioned before the federal system we have in Germany. Now, Germany is a federal system within the federal system of the European Union. What does that mean? EU legislation flows to the member states into national law with transition timelines. Then in Germany flows onto state level. And speaking of UAS, explicitly then flows to regional authority level. So really getting changes into that system and implementing this on a uniform basis is quite a challenge that we are seeing. Last but not least, in Germany, we have upcoming elections in the next year. And very clearly, we see the different parties that are in the government right now. We have a three-party government that is anyhow not always friends. So coming now into the preparation for the upcoming elections, that's making changes even more difficult, and finding common grounds at times a challenge. Public sentiment, a lot was said about Extinction Rebellions. Also here we have our last generation. They continue to block German airports and draw a lot of attention. Just last week, Frankfurt Airport was closed. What they are triggering is basically a discussion. Anything in aviation is just bad. Doesn't matter what it is. You see at the bottom also from eBay's last year, they are strongly connecting to these kind of events as well, saying anything that is going towards general aviation is just for the ultra-rich. So we heard this before in other participations already. That's clearly one of the elements that is also triggering discussions here in Germany, albeit not that dramatic yet, but we have to be very careful on that end. But there are also positive displays. And now I picked some two elements from UAS operations. We had also with federal support, for example, a company Wingcopter was doing a drone delivery project here within Germany, which was working pretty nicely. So they were delivering goods, they were delivering medicine to the targets, and it was a very successful project, worked very nicely. Albeit in the aftermath, it was then also brought as well. The economic viability is a little bit difficult, connecting to what I mentioned before, the existing infrastructure that's already there. Interesting to note, for example, Wingcopter is doing a very good business cases in other countries around the globe. So that might be something we will be seeing. Also, a company delivering on a standard route between two locations of its company goods per drone. That's also elements we are seeing. Public sentiment, there is no real current German study available on the expectations. We always like to connect to what we have done also just a few years ago when we did a public demo flight. And that was really important for us to see. Prior to the public flight that we were doing, people were a little bit skeptical and a bit nervous about, well, is it privileged service? We heard it before. Is it the privacy issues for the people on the ground? Heard it before. Safety, heard it before. Seem to be common themes we all have to take care of. After we did our public flight test that everybody could watch, the same people were asked again, and the picture changed dramatically. So this turned into becoming very open for this. So a clear call out of this, go out, do public demonstrations, and share the news that is nothing to be in fear of. Elements that I'm also working on and where other support could be brought in is the one thing I'm strongly seeing, I'm a strong advocate for since many, many years of my career now is standardization. I'm also running as a co-chair of the EuroK Working Group 112 on VTOL aircraft. We are developing here the industry standards that are recognized by EASA and other authorities as means of compliance to certify the aircraft. And the next element, which really comes off my heart and my soul, is regulatory harmonization and needing, again, for standardization on that element. AAM has started off with an onset of some lacking harmonization. Yes, it's understandable why it happened this way, but we've reached now a point where we really need to get our act together. Clearly, we will not be able to do 100% harmonization between authorities on that technological issue. It will be different in different countries. There will be adoptions needed. But I'm using the term synchronization mostly. I think we can synchronize much better. A number of things are going on. One of the elements where I'm also co-chairing is the GAAMF EPIC committee, which is working strongly in Europe, but also in the US and beyond the boundaries. We have established now repetitive sessions with global administrations to come together and speak about where the elements are, where we can come closer together. So summarizing, and I know I've eaten up my time, Germany, strong economy, home of some leading industry players, but not the most viable market so far. Let's see what the AAM strategy of the federal government allows to develop and build. I think we still have a very good chance to also utilize this market also here. Then we have political challenges, three-party government at the moment, which makes it tricky, which is then supported by the upcoming elections. So we have to see where this turns into. If you're playing in Germany, make sure that you're connected into any of the directions. It's hard to tell what will be happening after the next elections that we are going into. Generally, public acceptance yet to be proven. Historically, those who know the Germans well are aware Germany is typically a cautious adopter of new technologies, but once they get on it, they do it seriously and really adopt it properly. And last but not least, let's jointly join our forces to make sure that we have a proper standardization on regulatory affairs, on industry standards. This way we can secure that we're having good functioning global markets, which will be for the benefit of all of us, users and industry side. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Oliver. Thank you for providing such great insight into what's going on in Germany. Up next, we've got Bill Met from the Netherlands. So Bill, if you want to take it away, the platform is yours.
Cheers, thank you. I will share my screen.
Go for it. Yeah, you can see that, yeah. Bill, you're on mute.
Let's see. Yeah, it should work right now.
Yes, it is.
Okay, perfectly. Well, thank you for having me. I will give you a short overview on what is happening currently in the Netherlands on the field of advanced air mobility and what we are currently doing also in the field. I find that a lot of countries have similarities, and you can also see that each country has each specialty. So in the Netherlands, for people who don't know, we are a small country just on the left side of Germany, and we have a broad history in aviation. So over the past 100 years, Fokker and KLM are the most well-known names in the market. And right now, research universities, such as the development companies like NLR and TNO are widely known as well. And on the ones to watch list, you got plenty of players in the market playing on advanced air mobility itself. So you got a company group together, which is the Dutch Drone Delta, and they are working on regulatory approvals in the country itself, setting out tests from which you will see a bit later on as well. You got ourselves, PLV. I will dive deep on that shortly. And then you got a couple of names like Elysium, Fokker Next Gen, and Conscious. They're working on the electronic conventional vertical takeoff and landing platform. So it's the improvement of current regional air mobility, like the smaller CRJ jets, which we're using today. So they're improving that to become more energy efficient, electric or hydrogen powered. So the Netherlands itself isn't really that big, but we've got 5 key regions when you're looking into advanced air mobility and aviation as a market. So in short, you got Amsterdam metropolitan area, of course, home to Schiphol Airport, has a lot of opportunities in aviation. A lot of aerospace companies are already based there, Boeing, Airbus, etc. Everybody is located in this area. On the other side of the country, you got the East Netherlands, which has a lot of companies working on advanced materials. So if you're looking for composites, semiconductors, you name it, all on aviation level, you can find it in the east of the Netherlands, in and around technology base of Twente, which is a brilliant airport, and also a great airport if you want to start trials, because it's a 3.5 kilometer runway with all the approvals which you can use. And on a normal day like today, you have about 4 or 5 movements of aircraft. So you got plenty of space to do all types of tests, and which we are using as well for some testing, pre-flight testing, which we're doing. In the western side of the Netherlands, you got TU Delft and the universities, a couple of UAM testing locations, and Rotterdam the airport. The southern part of the Netherlands, you got international business environment, especially around Eindhoven. You got Eindhoven Airport, the Brainport region, which has also a lot of universities, but a lot of companies like ASML, Philips, high-tech companies which are working in the field and can help with the supply chain or with the development of the vehicles you are all offering or the infrastructure you want to create. And we got Europe's F-35 MRO location on Woensdrecht, so all of the maintenance is done in this area. And last but not least, you got Maastricht's Maintenance Boulevard. So for maintenance from all over Europe, they're flying into Maastricht Airport to have maintenance on that area. Basically, in the Netherlands, there are a lot of companies working in the supply chain, not really at the end product, like the infrastructure and the tier one OEMs. We are having an Amsterdam Drone Week yearly, which has a lot of updates on just the drone market, but also on the urban air mobility currently. The Hubs project, I see that I mentioned it twice. There is a group of companies like Shell, KLM, and Schiphol Group, which are working together on bringing hydrogen into aviation. So also on infrastructure side, but also into the OEM market. So if you're interested in the hydrogen side of the urban air mobility, advanced air mobility market, this is a very good starting point. TU Delft, which is one of the prime aviation universities right now for aerospace design, is also offering an urban air mobility course starting from next year. And several governmental case studies are being conducted right now. If you want to have a real deep dive in what are the opportunities in the market right now, there is a market report by Roland Berger, which you can find online. And this one gives a clear view on the struggles and also the opportunities in the market. One of the main problems which you might know is that the Schiphol and the local government are struggling with the slots. So they're limiting the movements around Schiphol. And I think this is a trend which will continue to several airports, especially in the Netherlands. So back to the Amsterdam Drone Week, if you were not aware, there were over 250 speakers on drone and UAM. The Amsterdam Police Force has launched a specialized drone team. So they're creating a drone team specialized on observation and for big events. So that's great. And KPN, which is similar to a T-Mobile or a big telecom provider, is investing in this market as well for the communication between the several vehicles which will have flying around in the infrastructure. So it's great that these bigger companies and local governments are also investing in a market which we have. On the other side, image I also seen on the German presentation and on several other ones, is the protests around airports. We have the same on Schiphol Airport, private jet area. There are a lot of protests on oil and aviation. So aviation is being seen as polluting and a lot of noise. So they want to reduce it. It also leads to a growth in pressure on the local governments. And they are pressuring into airports. One of the things which came up last month is that the local government of Rotterdam is looking into closing Rotterdam The Hague Airport, which is of course vital for the local economy and also for all of us when you want to conduct flying. To create a network of advanced air mobility in the market, this could be a vital point into reaching The Hague and Rotterdam. So it's very interesting to see how the local government is shifting their view in the coming weeks, months on this. They're really looking into closing the airport. And Amsterdam, as mentioned earlier, is limiting its flights, especially on private aviation, which will be sourced out all onwards next year. And of course, there is for the public sentiment, there is some positive displays as well. I took some examples also from the former years, especially as the Netherlands don't have that many drone operations right now. The most vital one this year was the medical drone service. They started using their drones for transporting blood bags, tubes, medicines from hospitals to several other locations. So it's on a fixed route. And then we got the Dutch Fire Brigade, which is also launching drones for observation and advanced air mobility solutions. The Amsterdam team I just talked about. You got Just Eat Takeaway, which had done a pizza delivery over some waterways in the Netherlands. You can see a picture of it. And in the port of Rotterdam, there was a delivery of a drone from the port itself to a ship which was just outside of the port for vital maintenance parts which they can deliver to the staff on the airport or on the ship. Ourselves, we are developing a slightly other vehicle. You might have seen it already. It's not as familiar as the volocopter you just saw. We're creating the PLV, which is more focused on the fly drive mobility side of advanced air mobility. So in the whole advanced air mobility, you've got several players on urban air mobility, and fly drive mobility is a very specific market. What we are doing is we're focusing first on one side of the market, also in certification, in developing, in the supply chain which we are building. So right now we are almost fully finished with one side, and we will leverage our knowledge on the other market, but that one won't be launched soon. So it is in the draft, but you won't see it directly. So in short, one market which we are now operating in is fly drive. So you can have a vehicle based at home. You drive to the nearest airstrip, airport, one which already exists, can be a grass strip, gravel, or tarmac. You set up from there. The moment the weather gets bad or the moment you reach your destination, you simply put it back on the ground, fold it in, and you can drive to the nearest hotel, parking lot, wherever you want to go. So you don't need to leave your car behind on the airport. There's no need to leave your aircraft behind on the other airport. You simply take your vehicle with you. And with urban air mobility, as you all explained, you simply have a full journey. So on the market above is more like an ownership model, where the market below is like a shared opportunity for public transportation. On one side, the ownership model tends to be focused more on the private individuals, but right now about 50% of our current portfolio is all business and governmental related. So it is border patrol, coast guarding, police forces, which are now focused on, can we use a vehicle like this in operations, which we are already doing? Can we replace some helicopters with this gyroplane technology? So it's in development. We are pioneering the advanced air mobility market, especially on the fly drive segment. We are almost the only one operating in that one. Have full road emission, and we have fixed the certification base, started with the compliance demonstration. So this is a vehicle which you can see in the market shortly. And with this platform, we can service 3 customer groups, like the consumer, the businesses, and the governmental side. The biggest news which we had this year was a reservation of over 100 pieces for a Dubai-based company, also for governmental purposes. So in the end, you see that the pressure on aviation in the Netherlands is also high. The opportunities for companies to enter are big, especially if you focus on sustainability, because it's a country which adapts quite quickly and is open for new changes. So if you have a platform which is focused on sustainability, it's a great market, especially to do your testing and to gain some market knowledge. There are high opportunities in engineering, logistics, and ICT. So you can start developing quite quickly. There are multiple eCTOL concepts in development, which will launch around 2030. A lot of drone tests. But like any other European countries, there is a risk of public acceptance due to the airport saturation, and the creation of new infrastructure would be tough, especially if local governments are now pressing down on already existing infrastructure. That's the country in short. Upcoming festivals you can see in the Netherlands is the World Aviation Festival, basically focused on airlines and airports, which is great. All the big players are there. European Rotors, EASA's own Rotorcraft Festival, is there in November. And next week, Amsterdam Drone Week is the one to watch. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bill. That was really, really brilliant in terms of information coming out from the Netherlands. Next up is Philip Bufferworth Hayes from the UK. Philip, if you want to take it away, thank you.
Thank you, Ashira. I love that last presentation, but I just really want to get in one of those cars and fly it as soon as possible, please. That's terrific. Right, I'm just going to try and share my screen. Here we go. Can you see that okay?
Yes, it's come up clear. Thank you.
Okay, so so we're in the United Kingdom, with capital is London. We have a parliamentary democracy and a constitutional monarchy. We have a new government, which has been in post for about a month, with some very ambitious and interesting new ideas on artificial intelligence and science and technology. So we're looking forward to opening up the opportunities that now exist in this country. 67 million people in the UK and an economy of about 3.5 trillion euros. Right, so the UK has a rich aviation heritage. We like to get things moving quickly. We've opened the first permanent vertiport in Snowdonia Aerospace Centre in Wales for eVTOL and drone testing. By the way, it's always quite interesting to define what advanced air mobility is, and there's a lot of confusion in this country as elsewhere. The small drones, are small drones included in advanced air mobility? I think yes, but there are various views on that. We have a number of eVTOL manufacturers in the UK, the largest of which is Vertical Aerospace, and its latest prototype, the XV4, took to the skies a couple of days ago in a tethered flight. It's larger than the one that had a bit of a crash, and it's moving at some speed towards the first kind of major flights it's going to be taking quite soon. So a lot of time and effort put into this program. Skyfly Technologies has an AX eVTOL, which was shown earlier on this month. Faraday continues its work on a regional electric aircraft. Sora is also developing a 30-passenger battery electric eVTOL aircraft. And Light Aviation is developing a 40-seat eVTOL aircraft. On the drone side, beyond visual line of sight, drone delivery services continue to advance to connect remote communities, but there remain considerable regulatory hurdles to implementing daily BVLOS operations at scale. Although I have to say the Civil Aviation Authority is being as proactive, I think, as it can be and engaging with stakeholders. It's interesting to know how far we are in terms of moving from the experimental side to the full commercial side. And we're in this sort of gray area at the moment where we have a lot of tests and trials underway. And I think it's fair to say the industry is getting sort of really wants to move out of the test and trial phase as soon as we can, really. So that's one of the major issues we have. Impact analysis. So there's a new study, and I provided links to all these studies provided by AAM Consultancy, that's saying that we could have a advanced air mobility market of about UK 5 billion by 2035. And the UK is looking very much, I think, at using underused regional airports, small airfields, rather than urban centres to really kick this market off. And in fact, the study showed that the regional air mobility market would have a 8.1 times greater overall impact than urban air mobility services, partly because of the infrastructure cost, but also the catchment area is much greater in regional air mobility. So again, we're looking very much at regional connectivity using small airfields and underused airports rather than building urban airports in the center of towns. And BVLOS drone operations are not expected in the UK before 2027. That's BVLOS operations at scale. So you put your flight plan in, you get an immediate yes or no, and off you fly. There are a lot of trials, a lot of things going on in that particular area, but we're looking to move at pace towards those automated permissions. I'm trying to see if I can get rid of some of this. Sorry, get that one. Sorry, bear with me a second. So there's a lot of new laws and policies come out. Actually, just a couple of days ago, the Civil Aviation Authority announced its new airspace modernization strategy. In March 2024, we had the Future Flight Action Plan, which is targeting the first, this is from the Department of Transport, I think, the first piloted taxi flights by 2026 and for regular services by 2028. And that's actually incredibly ambitious and you know, huge challenge for everybody involved, especially the regulators. Regular joint deliveries by 2027 and autonomous flying taxis without pilots on board by 2030. I think that's incredibly bold, incredibly ambitious. You know, should we be concentrating on that, or should we be concentrating on getting the first things up in the air? I don't know. So the other actions set out in the plan include allowing drones to fly BVLOS so the sector can grow. That's quite important. I've just completely lost all access to my screen. It's gone horribly blank. So I'm going to sort of wing it from now on, really, to say that can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I can't see my screen, so I'm just going to talk about.
Hello, Phillips. I think we've lost you there. Are you still on? No, Phillips is gone. Yeah, I mean, conscious of time, what we're going to do now is we move on to the next presenter. We've got Marilyn Pearson, who is our Regulatory Affairs Officer. So, Marilyn, I know we're having technical issues with Philip there. But yeah, he's got his slides we can actually share with the attendees and everybody out there. So Marilyn, if you want to take it on, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to AAMI for having me, and good morning, good afternoon. I'm going to share my screen, I hope.
Yes, we're up and running, Marilyn.
So you can see my screen, I hope.
Yes.
Very good. And we'll go to slideshow. All righty. So my name is Marilyn Pearson, and I'm going to this afternoon talk to you a little bit about what's going on in the world of regulations. I like to say that regulations drive business. Some people cringe when I say that, but my background is retired FAA 24 years, so you can see why I would say such a thing. I'd like to give you a global regulatory perspective. I have 5 minutes. It could take about 5 hours, really, but we'll give it a try. So what are some of the industry milestones? And there have been quite a lot. We're moving forward. Major developments recently in the AAM and UAS sector, the eVTOLs or VTOL capable aircraft or powered lift, depending on where you are. I'm located in the US, but I work for CAE, a Montreal-based company. We are global, and I represent a global initiative in AAM. So some of the major projects, the FAA has the Reauthorization Act that has ultimately pumped quite a lot of funding into AAM and into drones. So there are key sites for testing. The FAA has 7 with the potential of 2 more to do quite a lot of drone testing and eVTOL testing, which will help to promote the regulations, we hope. Some of the key partnerships and collaborations that we've seen recently, Joby purchased X-Plane's autonomous division looking toward beyond the piloted eVTOLs going into autonomous flight. Loft Dynamics, a European and now also a US company, is building VR simulation devices, has partnered with an eVTOL company to get into the eVTOL simulators beyond the helicopter simulators. We see Archer, Eve, and Volocopter and Lilium, a lot of others partnering with vertiport manufacturers, with other companies to diversify and influence their development, not only the vehicles, but the entirety of their operations. So as we see more of these advanced technologies, we're going to see more efficiency, more cost effectiveness. We'll see advanced training, airspace integration, operations will advance, and it's coming soon. As I said, some of these major developments, we recently saw Joby operating their VTOL with liquid hydrogen power. They were able to go over 500 miles, which is 10 times that of their electric battery operated. So that is a major achievement. We'll see how the hydrogen and hydroelectric operations advance. Unfortunately, we saw universal hydrogen cease business. That doesn't mean that we should be anticipating that hydrogen won't continue. In the Middle East, many of the eVTOL operators are partnering in the Middle East. Why is that? Well, the drone regulations, both in the world of EASA, FAA, and others, seem to not be harmonized so much. It will be probably a bit easier to initially operate in the Middle East. So hopefully once we see these operations initiate in the Middle East, we'll have more data to influence regulations and operations elsewhere. This slide is not meant as an eye chart for you, but these are some of the government initiatives or policies. Very recently, the FAA published the draft advisory circular for powered lift certification. That's the certification of the aircraft. EASA, their second version of the special conditions for VTOL aircraft. It's a second issue which has minor changes. The FAA also published a draft policy establishing a safety continuum for powered lift. FAA considers what eVTOL aircraft or VTOL capable aircraft are to be considered powered lift category for the FAA. So that may be of concern, a little bit of a problem in harmonization or collaboration when we try to certify pilots globally. ANAC Brazil has recently published the regulatory proposal for license and rating requirements for the aircraft for vertical takeoff and landing. This is a performance-based regulation, taken a very common sense approach, revising the simulator training devices role. As we know, pilots often train in simulators, and these aircraft being single control, single seat for the most part, will need simulators for training so that the pilots will not have their very first initiation in the actual aircraft. The UK CAA has published a statement on the regulation of type certification for the aircraft and working also on pilot certification at this time. You'll see that become very similar to what EASA is doing. Obviously, the UK having been part of EASA for a very long time. Australia has the RPAS and AAM strategic regulatory roadmap. Australia is more concerned with the regional mobility and servicing outlying areas that are not currently serviced by other mobilities. JCAB in Japan, quite often a partner in the regulatory landscape with the with the FAA. They are partnering on the Advanced Air Mobility Certification Operations. There was a declaration a few years ago, so they are continuing to validate the AAM aircraft and their regulations on airworthiness operations and the personnel licensing. APAC, the Asia Pacific region, Singapore often takes the lead here. There are 8 areas identified that are a priority. You can read them, obviously certification, validation, acceptance, and so on. The UAE, General Civil Aviation Authority, there is an AAM Integrator Center being built in Dubai. We see a lot coming out of the UAE, a lot of partnerships, a lot of activity. I assume by 2025, we're going to actually see some flying in the UAE. That's my perspective. In the US, there are some legislation updates promoting AAM and UAS. There's controversial legislation here in the US and probably elsewhere where drones built in China are now limited use for public agencies. So this is a problem because DJI and Autel are very popular drones. There are not a lot of US companies that at this time can compete with those drones. This is probably going to be a challenge for some agencies. And the FAA is still in the process of publishing a new regulation to go along with the Part 107 drone regulations. This is Part 108, which will expand the authorization without the need of waivers for beyond visual line of sight and other areas. There are more and more waivers being issued now for BVLOS. So some of the operations for inspections and emergency services and so forth are being approved on a broader basis. Public sentiment, I think we've heard from quite a lot of people about public sentiment. The good thing is that more and more people are aware of what drones are and becoming aware of what VTOLs are. For emergency services, medical services and the like, people are very positive. Unfortunately, we have noise concerns. People are concerned about green airspace and some of the concerns are very real as far as pilot shortages. We're seeing pilot shortages in airlines, and we anticipate this is going to be a broader problem as time goes on, and of course, privacy concerns. So what are some of the things that I'm doing? I like to stay busy, obviously. So very involved with AAMI. I work for CAE, but I am also concurrently the chair of SAE International G35, Modeling, Simulation, and Training for Emerging Aviation Technologies and Concepts. We have 3 subgroups working on modeling and simulation to support the certification of aircraft, the eVTOL aircraft, establishing the standard for the qualification of new training devices, VR, MR, XR, whatever they might be, and developing the standard for pilot training and certification for pilots on board, remote pilots. Eventually, we'll look at autonomous operations, but that's later on. I am part of EASA's rulemaking team for 0230, which is pilot licensing for these VTOL-capable aircraft. The International Coordinating Council of Aerospace Industries, ICCAIA, we're an advisory group to ICAO for AAM operations. I serve on GAMA's committees, several, the EPIC committee, SFAR committee, and others. And I am currently a brand new chair of the eVTOL Insights Women in AAM. So women out there, contact me, let's get together. I serve on the UK eVTOL Safety Leadership Group, advising the UK CAA on all areas of AAM. Women in Drones, Women in Emerging Aviation Technologies, a member there, and have been a panelist and very involved with VFS in their Forum 80 and other forums. Lots of things in the conclusion. Primarily, the regulations are beginning to take effect, and we're seeing more and more. In October, the FAA will publish the SFAR, long-awaited SFAR. We're not quite sure exactly what that will look like, whether there will be changes from the proposal or not. That will certainly be a highlight in October. We're looking at type certifications of eVTOLs happening more and more quickly. I don't think there's such a vast difference in the certification of the aircraft, but what we will see is a vast difference in the certification of pilots. People don't often think about the pilots first. Mostly we're thinking about other aspects, but we're going to see pilots on board most of these aircraft initially. So we're going to have to think about how these pilots will be trained, whether there'll be harmonization between nations and authorities, how that will work. The drone operations are still needing advances in beyond visual line of sight operations and the like. And AI, it is here. We're going to have to think about how that integrates with the operations, the training, what are the complexities, how do we collect enough data to understand and to trust AI. So another one of the challenges, what's happening in September, ICAO will be hosting the very first AAM symposium mid-September. We expect 1,000 global participants. And that is it for me. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Marilyn. Thank you very much. That was very, very informative. I appreciate that. Right. We are drawing conclusion as we speak. We've got our last keynote speaker, the man popularly known as GAAMF, Jeremy Hartley. Jeremy, please, it's your ground to take on. Thank you.
Thanks, Ash. And good morning to everyone from the UK, and good afternoon and evening to, I guess, wherever you are. My name is, or I go by Jam Hartley. But if you want to find me on LinkedIn later on, you'll have to put the Jeremy in front of it. That's actually my legal name. But Jam is what everybody seems to call me nowadays. I'm originally from Canada, but now live in the United Kingdom. And this is where I've called home for the past 21 years. I have 18 years experience in the aviation industry and 8 years, believe it or not, as a healthcare professional, which is kind of what's brought me to this position today. My career in aviation started out as, believe it or not, an aircraft refueler. How ironic is that? Then I went on to become a flight attendant or cabin crew, and also worked as a flight planner before moving on to working in aircraft on ground or AOG desk here in the United Kingdom, just supporting airlines get parts to their aircraft as fast as possible. I was made redundant from that position back in 2013 and decided I'd go to university for the first time in my life, and became a healthcare professional. I became an operating department practitioner working with anesthetists and surgeons in operating theaters. And during that time, I figured out that I have the aviation bug, so that job is actually not really for me. Plus, I constantly talked about how I would move kidneys by drones from London to Birmingham, where I was, as fast as possible. So that led me to decide to get a master's in aviation operations. And just before I started that, while listening to some podcasts in my car, I got really excited about advanced air mobility. Driving back and forth from London to Birmingham, which is about a 2-hour drive. I used to do it round trip. I decided, you know what? I need to look a little bit further into this. And during my master's, I did my dissertation on how we can support healthcare by moving around doctors and nurses on the organ retrieval teams and save time, money, and save the environment at the same time. So it was a really good position. I then went on to get a job at Heathrow Airport as an airfield operations officer, got some experience in aerodrome safety, And then shortly after I got my degree, I started as a policy specialist in vertiports for the United Kingdom CAA. So I kind of explained that to you just to kind of paint the picture as to where I'm going today. So when I was asked to deliver this keynote speech, I was very honored to take up what those of us who like to speak on a regular basis call the graveyard slot. This does, however, mean I have the privilege to wrap up these sessions, and therefore I've decided not to talk about regulation of vertiports or what my organization is doing in this space. Let's end it on a lighter note, but rather talk to you as a very passionate advocate in the AAM space and discuss the most important asset in making this modern version of the jet age a successful market globally, our people. Everything about AAM has to do with people. We need people to design, build, and maintain the aircraft. We need people to do research and enhance the economic impact. We need people to market and establish operations in order to carry other people through the skies. And we need people to develop policy frameworks and regulate to keep other people safe while they fly along with the people on the ground, especially those who don't want to fly. Most importantly, we need people to be advocates, not only to orchestrate and collaborate with the people I just mentioned, but also harbor in the next generation of aviation and AAM experts. So apologies for the lack of slides, and I know probably at this time it's a good thing, but I want to share a picture with you. So just give me a second. And Ash, can you please tell me if you can't see the photo? Let's share a screen here. Can you see the photo there?
Not yet.
There we go. That should be it.
Wonderful.
So this picture is a father and his son looking at what aviation was. The Victor bomber you see here now is history, but the father remembers when it was only introduced as modern technology in 1952. And interestingly, flew only 49 years after the Wright brothers took to the skies in 1903. The father and the son discussed how quickly aviation has developed from the first flight at Kitty Hawk to this point, and how technology keeps advancing in this field to make it safer, more economically viable, and environmentally sustainable. The noise and pollution of the Victor bomber was awesome, the father recalls, and is impressed how things have changed for the better so quickly. Aviation use cases have also grown beyond the air defense industry that dominated way back then. I had a similar conversation with a young man at an air show just the week before. I took him as part of his work experience day, and I did a bit of stakeholder engagement as well as watch the aircraft, as his goal is to become a pilot one day. I thought the sights and sounds of aircraft flying, as well as the opportunity to get up close to them, would create a remarkable experience for him, as I care about encouraging young people who show an interest in aviation. Who knows who the next generation of our aviation leaders will come from? It was great to see the look in his eyes of the excitement and the smile on his face as he saw the fast jets take to the skies. After the show, I asked him, as you do, what did you think? And he said it was amazing, but at the same time, he was discouraged. He was discouraged because the amount of pollution he saw with his own eyes was not what he thought he would see. And why would he want to contribute to an industry that creates harm for the environment? I guess seeing the Harrier jump jet, a VTOL aircraft, in hover really brought things home for him. I realized that this was the way the young generation are now thinking. So in an attempt to encourage him, I said, this is where we are now. Thankfully, that RAF Typhoon was also using SAFs for their demonstration. I went on to explain that while the industry is working hard to decarbonize aviation, we are aware of the pollution that air travel creates currently. I also said we will need younger people to be involved in this. He needs to share the future with his family and his friends if they are interested in aviation in any capacity, and to look how they can become involved in the future of aviation. If they aren't encouraged to start carrying the dream we all have about environmentally friendly flying now, it may be hard down the line, as they may choose other industries to be involved in, and even other modes of transportation to use. We should consistently work to support these young people with their ambitions at the same time, and allow them to develop their own path. It's not going to be easy, says the father of four. This photo was actually taken this past Saturday at Duxford Air Museum in the UK. My father came to visit me from Canada to attend the Farnborough Air Show with me, on the Friday, and I decided to take him to Duxford as he is the reason I am in aviation today. And yes, he's just as passionate about it as I am. He was the one that took me on my first flight as a private pilot when I was just a baby, and I guess, well, the rest is history. I hope that one day I can stand next to my oldest son, who is also following in the aviation family footsteps, and have a similar conversation while look at some of the early AAM aircraft we are seeing today in a museum. But instead of saying just look how far we've come, smiling and looking at each other, saying we actually did it. We need to keep having these conversations. This event has been a great collaboration of great minds, and it has been amazing to learn about what's happening in the AAM industry globally for me. It is encouraging on all levels to hear and understand how all of the individuals I've been listening to over the past couple of days are sharing their expertise with each other. And I hope this is just the start of ensuring that AAM becomes as harmonized as possible, whilst understand we all come from different geographical locations and cultural backgrounds. We need to therefore also respect the differences we may have to each other. However, I do believe AAMI is a positive instrument in bringing us all together and making this a success. As Verity Richardson, who started the presentations yesterday, said, we need to focus on the advocacy of AAM going forward. So I will end on the same note. Who better to do that but a group of people that the AAMI has put together globally? And yes, that means you. And we need to encourage all of you to adopt this approach as you work within your geographical regions, and more importantly, with each other, as we all have something to share. Great minds think alike. We need to communicate effectively with everyone that crosses our paths, and please continue to do the great jobs you're doing in promoting advanced air mobility into the future, whether you are people involved in the industry, academia, regulation, or any other career devoted to its success. Again, if you ever want to discuss anything advanced air mobility with me, I'm on LinkedIn, so feel free to reach out. Thanks for the opportunity for giving you this short keynote, and I hope you have enjoyed all the presentations. Special shout out to both Ash and Emin for organizing this. You guys have both done a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Really appreciate that. Yes, indeed. We need to start to have that conversation and take things forward in terms of, growing the ecosystem for AAM. Right. On this note, sadly, I will say, because I've been enjoying this and it's been very, very insightful. We are drawing this to a conclusion now. Thank you for your time. I know we've overshot the wrong way, but it is what it is at the end of the day. We do get, as much insight as possible. So my heartfelt thank you to all our speakers, including our liaisons, all participants that have come up, and most importantly, and notably, our sponsors, which include Honeywell, the Edelman AI, and eVTOL Insight. Well, it's very, very clear that there's a lot to be done in terms of scaling the AAM ecosystem forward. And we know at Advanced Air Mobility Institute that we are committed to that view of making sure that we take things to the next level. We've got a congregation of intelligence, passion, and people with can-do ability that wants to take the ecosystem forward. So I'll enjoin you to keep watching updates from the Institute. If there are questions, please feel free to drop them by email, through our social media handle, and most importantly, please join the group on LinkedIn. AAM Institute, we are committed to our mission to educate, advocate for the broadest public benefit through the aviation ecosystem. And we look forward to, continuing this journey with you and everyone else. So thank you for participation. Thank you for your time, and wish you a safe travel to your next destination. Thank you very much and have a good day.
Thank you for joining us.